What's going on, everyone? Conservative Video Dipper here. If you got a dip, pack a lip. Please don't forget to hit that like, share, comment, and subscribe button. Don't forget to go check out my Rumble, my Twitter, and my TikTok page, Conservative Video Dipper. All basically the same thing as I am here. I know I said in my last live this is kind of getting redundant for me to do this against this guy or against these kind of people. It is. It's getting really redundant because we're not going to change these people. As I said before I ended my last live stream. If you haven't, go watch it now. Dip Talk. These people will never change. But here we go.
As a former Republican, I really just have one question.
Okay.
What the fuck do you stand for?
That is an honest, reasonable question. That is not a question to me that holds a tone of hate, but kind of a tone of maybe sincerity. So I'll tell you guys what we stand for. We stand for America. We stand for All Lives Matter. We stand for the Constitution. We stand for what is right. We stand for unborn babies' rights. We stand for not just them, but women and men and everyone. We stand up against fascism, socialism, communism, Nazism. We stand up against them. We don't like any of those because those are bad. Those are no-nos. Those are things we shouldn't have.
I just want to know. I mean that sincerely.
Do I think, like, when they ask these kind of questions, do they really mean it sincerely? Not all the time. Most of the time, I think when they say, hey, I mean it sincerely, either they're being a little facetious and sarcastic and vindictive, but maybe it's true that this guy does want to know. I don't know. We'll see.
Morality just become optional for you? Huh?
Morality has never become optional. It's a thing. It's morality. We have to stand on morality, principle, basis. We have to stand on what we believe in. Just like the liberals stand for what they believe in.
How do you justify voting for a rapist president?
Well, that could be the same good question as to why would you think it'd be okay to vote for Biden, an alleged pedophile, or vote for Bill Clinton, an alleged rapist. Same question. How can you vote for Kamala Harris, who has no fucking idea of what she's doing? A woman that just thinks automatically she is qualified because she's only 1%. You guys see her as 100% black, but she's 1% black, and she's gonna virtue signal to the black community, but not do a damn thing for them. How do you justify that? But also remember that these alleged rape charges, sure, we're in the court of law, but in my opinion, the investigation was not done correctly. It was done sporadically. It was done incorrectly.
How do you justify supporting Todd Blanche, who defends?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know much about it, and I don't know much about Todd Blanche himself. So I can't say anything about Todd Blanche. See, that's the thing, is that we live in a reality where if we know something, we'll say it. We'll say something. But if we don't know anything, we're just gonna tell you we don't know because that's the honest to God truth. We don't freaking know. And if he does allegedly defend Chomos, then that's not good. Then he needs to go away. He needs to not be in office or be part of politics. He needs to be arrested.
Who won't even meet with the victims, but he'll meet with Ghislaine Maxwell and give her a lower security prison.
See, again, I don't know much about this dude, about Todd Blanche. So I would make a very big assumption that I would not want to make because I don't have much info on this.
How do you vote for a man that calls him a fat pig?
Okay, a good, decent question. Sure. You're probably wondering, how do we seem to be okay with it? Well, how do you lefties feel it's okay to be racist towards black people that are conservative, calling them Uncle Tom, sellout, and other racial terms that y'all use against black conservatives? And then also at the same time, you stand there and you claim that you're for Black Lives Matter, you're for the black community, that you have white privilege, but you are very quick to try to dismantle and dismiss factual information that these black conservatives will give you, whether it's their own experience or experiences that they have seen that have made them want to switch over to be where they are now, the conservative party, and you hate them. You feel like they're not human. You don't treat them like human. You treat them like animals. What's up, David? Well, I appreciate you, Pastor Dave. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. But you also got to remember that the left, I am doing good. I'm doing very good. Um, the left are not the party of Christianity. They are for murdering unborn babies. A lot of people that read the Bible will tell you, what does the Bible say about killing? Thou shalt not kill, right? Thou shalt not commit adultery. Before I knew you, before I created you, I knew you. What is what the Bible says. So how can the left claim that they're a little bit more Christian than us MAGA, but they don't hold Christian values? That's interesting, isn't it? It's not very, very peculiar to stand. Since we have a pastor in our chat, let's ask the pastor, Pastor Dave, if you are a real pastor, which I believe you are, what does the Bible say about hurting innocent children? Because I think I quoted one thing that the Bible did say about it. Well, actually, two. You shouldn't take a life for a life. So if I'm correct, even though I'm not really Christian, I would suspect I'm to believe that us conservatives are more Christian than the left. That makes me feel and understand more of why people are leaving the Democratic left side to go to be conservative. Because conservatives stand on Christian principles and morality. Christians who know that abortion is wrong and murder understand that. But wait, there's more. They claim they are for women's rights, but they make fun of a woman who lost against a transgender athlete who is a man pretending to be a woman. Doesn't God also say something about homosexuality too? That no man shall lay with another man, nor another woman shall lay with another woman? Oh, yeah, the Bible does say that too. It does talk about homosexuality and how that's an abomination against God. You want to talk about morality and principles? I think we know exactly where we stand. A lot of people that are conservative have more Christian principle values than the left. And that's sad. That's, to me, right there, why I would never be able to be a leftist, progressive fascist. Because it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. Their talking points are bad. They don't care about anyone. They want churches to preach what God or Jesus did not preach or teach by rewriting or adding or taking away from the Bible, which you should not do. The Bible does warn against that. I'm sure Pastor David Smith would probably more likely tell you, if he's here still, do not add or take away from the Bible. Don't do that to the Bible. Because the Bible specifically tells you not to do that. But what do these people do on the left? They take away or add to the Bible. Moral high grounds. What do we not do? Protect perversion. Perverse ideologies. Like allowing kids to go to drag queen shows when they're too damn young and are not allowed to be there in the first place or should not be allowed to be there in the first place. That's a little fricked up, if you ask me. That's a little messed up. That's effed up. But they think it's okay.
Who sexually assaulted 24 women, who's a felon?
From what we've heard, there's only been alleged a few people that Trump was being accused of allegedly doing that. Not 24. So they don't know how to specifically look for numbers. They don't know how to tell people the truth, which is basically lying. They claim that there's multiple genders. I'm sorry, but real adults, people with morals, don't lie to people. They don't freaking lie to people and say, okay, sure, you can be a dude and use the pronouns ma'am. That's not how reality works. We're not going to sit there and pretend with you people that this is truth when it's not truth. It is false. You cannot be a different gender. I mean, you could dress up and claim you're a different gender, but that doesn't make you the gender that you want to be. Even if a guy cuts his schlong off, and wants to pretend that he's a female. He's still a male, but he just doesn't have a schlong. But that still does not make you a woman that can have kids. This is how sick and twisted these lefties are.
How do you see January 6th and be like, oh, well, whatever, shit happens?
January 6th. Okay. We know the truth about it. That's one thing we will tell you. We know about that. We're not shy or bashful of having that conversation. We know that that was an alleged inside job. We know that allegedly some of the Democratic senators, seat holders were involved in it. We're not pretending that it was just what you want to see it to be. We see it for the honesty of what it really was. That there were people that were there, that saw what happened, that witnessed what happened. And you're telling them, keep quiet, you're wrong. Every time. That's what these lefties do. They pretend that this was all of our fault, Maga's fault for J6, when it wasn't. It wasn't our fault. It was the fault of what had happened falls and lies onto the people that actually were involved. Truthfully, honestly.
What happened to you? How did you become such shitty human beings?
We weren't, and we're not. That's the thing. We are not shitty human beings. But how can you be a shitty human being by being okay with all of the shit that you listen to from the media, the politicians, the higher ups, the alleged Illuminati that are trying to control New World Order and create this New World Order? How would you be okay with it? You wouldn't. You wouldn't be okay with what these lefties do to people and what they say to people. Imagine if they said it to you. How would you feel? Angry? Pissed off? Probably more than likely. Or you just laugh at them in their face and go, ha 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 ha, it's cute. Because these people have no morality. That's the thing. These lefties have no value. It's not about, to them, right or wrong. It's about doing wrong, getting away with it, and being okay with it. That's not value. That's not morality. That's just pure shit. That's shitty. How are you okay with Antifa, an alleged terroristic group? How are you okay with these people doing what they do to people and acting towards people? Allegedly being violent, including BLM, not the Bureau of Land Management, but Black Lives Matter alleged terrorist group. How are you okay with that? Think about that. How are you okay with the Black Lives Matter alleged terrorist group burning, looting, and murdering just to get what they want, the attention they want, because they're attention seeking? Because they feel like they're oppressed, but they're not. Or they're not being able to have the same position of jobs or whatever that everyone else has when they're not being suppressed or silenced or having any difficulties as anyone else. That would be the question for the lefties to answer. How are you okay with this? How are you okay with allegedly burning people's houses down or businesses down? Now imagine again if this was your house or your business that allegedly got burned by these people. How would you feel? Angry. You would more than likely defend legally your property from these kinds of or these alleged terroristic groups, these alleged antichrist type people. You would defend your home legally. You'd be pissed. You'd be ready to sue somebody. So you cannot say, oh, it's okay. Just like you can't say, oh, it's okay for my child to go watch a drag queen show when that is 21 and up and it's not meant for kids. You wouldn't be okay with teachers or just anyone taking your kids to that stuff. I wouldn't. I'd be angry. But they don't get angry about it. They're okay with perversion. They're okay being in a cult. These leftists are okay with being in a cult. They have no idea how much damage it can do to people, and including themselves and the community.
How do you run around saying, I'm a party of family values? Family values, family values.
Because we are about family values. We don't care whether a black man marries a white woman or a white woman marries a black man. We don't care. It's not about race, it's about family values. We teach family values because we are about family values. We're about right and wrong, teaching our kids the difference between right and wrong, do's and don'ts in life. That's what we're about. We're about what is right, the party of right, equality, and ethics, and morality, and based standards that we all should have. But they don't. The left doesn't. They only give a shit about themselves. That's how selfish they are. And it sucks.
I'm a Christian. How do you support all that?
Well, again, I'm not a Christian, but as me being or was a Christian at one point in time, I stood on it because what we stand on is true. Because we're not indoctrinated. We're not being the ones fooled by what we are being told. We see what is going on. We understand what is going on. We understand that for some of the conservative MAGA supporters that are Christian, that ungodly things are happening that God wouldn't be very proud of himself. because we know at the end, judgment will come, karma will come. And it's going to happen. Maybe sooner than later, or maybe later. Who knows? We know the truth.
And say that you have any kind of morality.
Well, we do. Because what we are considered is the party of common sense. That's why. We are the party of common fucking sense. We think for ourselves. How do you lefties call yourself the most accepted or acceptance party, the party of acceptance, but you don't accept people that have different views and opinions and may agree to disagree with you on certain things, but you stand there and you call them names. You're racist, you're hateful, you're bigoted, you use slurs because you don't care, you don't accept.
I mean, honestly, I'm so sick of you and your pro-life bullshit.
It's funny how they claim that they're tired of our pro-life bullshit, as this guy would call it, but at the same time, they called themselves pro-life. The left love to call themselves the pro-life group, but they're okay with purportedly murdering innocent babies, unborn babies. How is that pro-life? That's not being pro-life. That's just being anti-pro-life. They hide under an umbrella term because they want to confuse people. It's confusion, it's deception, it's deceit, it's narcissistic tactics that are used by them, by the left, because they want to claim, they want to make all these claims, just like people out in LA can claim that they're either a blood or a crip. It's just claims. But if you ain't about it, then don't say you about it. Just like these people that are on the left need to stop claiming that they're about pro-life when they ain't about it. That's just false claiming. And that's what these lefties are doing, is false claiming. They know that. They understand that. But do they care? No.
woman to give birth and you call yourself pro-life?
Yeah, we want a woman to give birth properly, but we don't want a woman to murder an innocent baby that didn't do anything or deserved it in the first place. And on top of that, we don't want a woman to have an abortion, which can also lead to possible mishaps or things that could potentially be life threatening to her or the child.
Care if Donald Trump rapes the mom?
Actually, we do. We do. We care what happens to women. See, but this is the ironic part about this. They don't allegedly care about rape. As much as the left want to claim they care about rape or sexual assault, they don't. Because they're okay with men going into women's bathrooms when men are dressed up, pretending like they're out there fucking trick or treating on October 31st on Halloween, dressed as a woman when they're not really a woman, going into women's locker rooms. We don't want that. We don't want that to happen. Why do you think a lot of men are kind of becoming up in arms about it and really pissed and stubborn about it? Saying, hey, this is why we don't want these things to happen. So let's do something to prevent it. Let's make rules that men that are dressed as women trying to pretend that they're out there trick or treating, dressed as women, not allowed in women's bathroom. That's pretty simplistic things that we're doing to stop it. But God forbid we can't, because it's homophobic or anti-transgenderism. No, it's not anti-transgenderism or homophobic. It's what is being done that we see that there's an issue that we're trying to solve.
You don't care if she dies from sepsis?
That's actually wrong. That's a lie. We do. But also, we know that there's a little truth behind it, that there are complications and alleged malpractice from doctors who do abortions that allegedly cause death. It's not just alleged sepsis. There's multitude of other things, but yes, sepsis is part of the dilemma. But there's multitude of other things that are part of the dilemma that these lefties won't tell you about.
You don't care if Trump molests her daughter in Epstein Island?
Well, that is not true. We do. Just like how it's ironic that, again, you lefties don't care about women allegedly getting raped in the women's bathroom by a dude that is dressed as a woman trying to pretend he's a woman when he's not a woman. That's ironic. That's actually very, very laughable. Not really laughable at all, but it's laughable that they claim they care about women when they don't give a shit about women, that the left don't. I care more about women than these lefties do. I have more compassion and morality for women than these lefties do.
You don't care if he rapes her in a dressing room?
Again, it's kind of ironic that these lefties would bring out these points when, again, it's not us that don't care, it's them that don't care. They don't care. They don't give a shit about anyone but themselves and what they want when they want it. It's ironic that they're okay with alleged Joe Biden on national TV going around touching children and sniffing children in the most weird, perverse way. and not allegedly saying anything about it or just pretending that it never happened. It's ironic that they're okay with it because the left is the party of sin. The left is the party of perversion, homosexuality, immorality, cheating, alleged rape, alleged pedophile type behavior. The left are about that kind of stuff. They're okay with it. They try to cover it up so that we don't hear about it. But then when it happens, they just push it on us and say, oh, it's the MAGA supporters that are allowing this. But it's not us that's allowing it, it's them. Again, they know we don't stand for it because they want to blame people that the blame shouldn't be on.
You don't care if that kid becomes an officer and dies on January 6th?
Again, let's go back to January 6th, J6. If you want to have that conversation, let's have that conversation. I think that it's you guys on the left that don't care about the officers that allegedly beat people on J6. The alleged officers that were allegedly involved and disguised as alleged MAGA supporters on J6 that were there. Let's talk about how it's ironic that, again, y'all on the left don't want to talk about how allegedly your elite cult leaders like Nancy Pelosi did not want Trump to have more military presence or homeland security there when he asked for it, because you want to blame Trump for your stupidity, for the shit y'all do. Interesting how this seems to be not completely our fault, but y'all's faults in general.
You don't care if that kid is shot in a fucking school?
Again, the irony here of it all is these lefties don't care. They want progressivism. That's not what we want. You can be progressive and have great ideas and not stand for half of the stupid shit that these lefty morons stand for and be a decent, moral human being with moral compassion, empathy, and sympathy, and not have the stupid thought process that these other lefties have, that these alleged radical lefties have, and be a decent human being. But no, that's not what they're about. They don't care. They would rather have alleged guns be taken away because they're afraid of guns. They're afraid of the Second Amendment, which in the Constitution says shall not be infringed. That does not mean having guns be taken away or infringed.
You don't care if it has housing?
Last time I remember, we do. Last time I remember correctly, if my memory serves me correctly, we were the ones that were trying to make housing affordable, not expensive as hell. like you lefties were trying to do during the Biden administration. You guys made housing way, way more ridiculous than it is now. Now I think it's honestly fair. But yeah, y'all didn't want that shit. You didn't want affordable housing on the left. Y'all on the left didn't want fair wages, fair health care. You wanted universal health care, which is socialism, another form of a socialistic ideology, which isn't going to help people. It's going to make it worse. You wanted to raise taxes at a shit ton high rate because you thought that it would tax the shit out of the rich, but no, it wouldn't just affect the rich. It would affect all of us, including you. So it's very peculiar, might I add, how y'all on the left seem to be screaming about this, but I haven't seen a damn thing that any of y'all done other than do a lot more damage than good for our country. Think about that.
Affordable living? You don't care if it starves to death? Yeah.
Just like I said before, we do, but peculiar how the left don't.
Give a shit about life.
Oh, yes, we do. We actually do, Buttercup, because here's the thing. Between me and you, there's a big difference. I care. I give a fuck. I care. Because as a human being that cares about other human beings, I think I have more care in my heart than you lefties do, than these leftists do.
The only life you care about is yours.
No. This is what they will always say, that you MAGA supporters' only life you care about is yours. No. This is why we ask that question, are we better off than we were 40 years ago? Or a certain amount of time than what we were before? It's not a selfish question, but it's a question that they think is selfish in itself because they are selfish. The left are selfish enough to only want to make what's right for them right, which is not right. It's wrong in a moral world, principled world.
You're a little white trash, 6 teeth looking back at you in the mirror.
That's cute that this is the insult that we receive from these people, and it shows how immature these people are, and it shows how these people that say these things, especially coming from the left, ironically enough, what they don't understand, we're not the ones that look like freaking inbreds. It's them that do. With their yellow hair and their little screechy chalkboard on nails tactic of squealing and squawking, looking like you're 400 pounds overweight and you're out there doing good for the world when you're not doing shit. Oh, it comes to the question of why? Why do that? Because this is what they do. They claim we're inbred, but I think the left are more inbred than us. They are more inbred because of how they act.
That's it. And it really summarizes the sad part of it is every 4 years you ask yourself this one question, the most selfish question you could ever ask yourself. Am I better off than I was 4 years ago?
That's not selfish. That's not selfish. And it's not, am I better off? It's, are we better off today than 4 years ago? Yes, I believe we are. Maybe not 100%, but we're getting there. We can, pardon me, we can get there.
And you're basically saying, I'm a whore to capitalism. I don't care about morality, truth, honesty, kindness, empathy, rape, sexual assault, pedophilia. As long as I'm promised more money in my paycheck.
Nope, that is not how it works. These people think that we are whore to capitalism. Well, I hate to tell them this, but capitalist is what keeps this country spinning around and around and around and around and around. It's what makes this world better. They are anti capitalistic because they are.
That's all I care about because that's what you are. It is easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than for Maga to get into heaven.
Funny how they use again the Bible quote and they use it for their own narratives. But at the same time, it's contradiction, it's deflection. Move the field goal post again.
Money is the root of all evil, and that's what you.
It is true to a degree, but it can be if you let it. In my opinion, if you don't let it cause you to be evil and vindictive and be a bad person, then no, it's not. If you let it, then yes, it will become that.
Vote for his money. You know what's fascinating? I voted for Harris the last election.
Which obviously we're not really surprised at all, in my opinion.
Because I wanted you to have universal health care.
Yeah, socialism. A socialistic ideology that would never work. Again, socialism never works. It always fails.
I wanted minimum wage to be raised up for you nationally. I wanted you.
This is always what sometimes you will hear some of them say, but it's never true. It's always lies. I will be right back, guys. All right, sorry. Bathroom break. Anyway, yeah, they don't care.
To get out of your student loan debt so you can afford to buy a house with your little 6 teeth.
Again, typical insults. But I know some people probably already know why they like to say these things. I do too. A lot of it comes from anger within themselves, mommy daddy issues, the media talking points, buzzwords, um, narcissism, hate for anyone that disagrees with them or contradicts what they say. That's why.
I voted for you and you didn't even vote for your fucking self.
Okay, here's probably a question y'all might be asking me, or even yourselves. Did they really vote for us? Did the left really vote for us? No, they didn't. Well, then why would they say that? Because they want to try to sound empathetic, sympathetic, and it's narcissistic control, mind control. That's where they are in life. How can they get control of people that they don't have control of, and especially like a situation that they don't have control of? How can they grab that control? That's all they want is power and greed. That's strictly it. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's what a good person I am, and I am not perfect.
Well, conservative, would you consider them a good person for doing or what this person claims that he's doing for us by voting the way that they do? No. That's not voting in the way that would make people think that they care. That's just them voting in a way that they're trying to be selfish or not look selfish, but they are selfish. And again, they're trying to make people feel guilt tripped. It's a guilt trip narcissist tactic. That's what this guy is doing and why he's doing. Because he's an alleged narcissist. That's what the left are narcissists. They want to have the feel of power and control over us or people. And they get pissed off that they can't have it. So they start throwing temper tantrums like a little baby.
But you know what I did? I voted for everybody else in this country.
Which, no, they don't ever do. They only vote for themselves and what they want. Because, again, narcissistic tactics. It's often that you see this in their behavior, their perpetuated behavior. It's not a stereotypical behavior, but it's a typical behavior nevertheless.
Because I'm not a selfish prick like you people.
Well, that may be the case in your opinion, but let's be honest, you people on the left are selfish. You might not all be pricks, but y'all are selfish, definitely, for sure. And narcissistic or narcissists. Y'all are like a bad relationship that we're all trying to get out of. We want out of it, but you don't want us to go because you're afraid that once we leave, you no longer have that control over us. In the words of Sarah in the Labyrinth, you have no power over me. That's what we have to keep reminding them time and time again. That no matter how much they think they're like Jared, the Goblin King from the Labyrinth, they have no power over us. They cannot control us. We can control ourselves. We think for ourselves, do things for ourselves. We are just normal human beings while they're running around being zombies with the media and the lies and the narcissism and everything else.
That's what loving thy neighbor is.
Actually, there's a little bit more to it, but okay, sure. If you want to claim that, fine. They can claim it all they want. Just like they can claim anything. It's all talk, is basically all these lefties are doing and are good for. Talk.
And my taxes under her plan, guess what? It was going up.
Ah, there you go. See, bingo. We knew that. We knew that was going to happen. And we knew that that was one of the things that they wanted. Because they weren't just trying to supposedly tax the rich. They were trying to tax the shit out of everyone. And everyone had to suffer. Because again, they're narcissists. It's a narcissistic mentality, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. These people fucking just don't know how to get over themselves. They grovel over themselves like they are the best thing since sliced bread. They think they're all of that in a bag of chips and a dollar Coke, but they're not. They wanted high taxes because they want to make people suffer, schadenfreude.
Because I care more about the people of this country than my fucking bank account.
Right. Doubtful. Very doubtful for anyone on the left or that thinks like a leftist to say that would be honestly believable. Yeah, right. Okay. And I'm Hugh fucking Hefner. Thanks. No, that's a lie. Because we know what they care about the most. Corruption, power, control, greed, being narcissists, and throwing temper tantrums like a baby. And being mad that people will disagree with them for their ideologies that are pretty self-explanatory at this point. Because you can look at them, you can see them. People are growing up and starting to see that we're not going to tolerate this. We're not going to tolerate these type of behaviors because this is the behavior of a child, a man-child. And these people that are on the left have that behavior of man-children because they never knew how to grow up and get out of being a kid and start adulting like everyone else has. They're stuck in their little pretend la 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 Elmo's world land. It's pathetic.
And that's why you people are pieces of shit.
Yeah, okay. So we're pieces of shit for disagreeing with you. Obviously, that is what you really have against us. Okay, great. Well, I'd rather be a piece of shit in the leftist eyes than somebody who hates America so freaking much that they would rather have America be allegedly destroyed by the one thing that we know all too well never works: communism, socialism. So I guess to me, in their eyes, are one or many of the people that are pieces of shit, then I take that as a compliment and thank you. Thank you. Because at least I know where I stand in morality and in empathy, sympathy, and actual rational adult and thinking mannerism than sitting around acting like a grown ass man baby whining, screaming, crying, and doing the same thing every day, screaming and yelling the same stupid thing every day, I at least make a change for the world. So thanks. But that's okay too, because we've been called trash by the left. And yeah, we had fun with that one by a lot of us dressing up in trash bags. So honestly, it's just words at this point. They're throwing words out because that's all, again, they know how to do. Be man babies, man children. They aren't adults. They're grown, their bodies are adults, but mentally they're children still. Because we see how they act.
You're whores to capitalism.
Not really. We're more capitalistic because we would rather have capitalism than socialism. Because socialism never has done anything for anyone. It's failed. Even look at Stalin, Mussolini, and all the other countries that are socialistic. Sure, okay, well, your question would be, well, what about Korea? Look at North Korea or Korea in general. They seem to be doing just fine in socialism. No, people are miserable over there. Have you really actually had a conversation with people over there? They are afraid to go against their own leaders because of the socialistic rules they have that are implemented over there. For that reason, they can't speak out against the government. They can't speak out against socialism. They can't speak out against what they feel is wrong because they grew up in that lifestyle and they've become immune to anything else but that lifestyle. Therefore, we know why they are the way they are because their government has completely done what these lefties are trying to do to us, put us in that same position, and we don't want it. Luckily, there's too many people fighting against it and standing up against it by speaking out against it and saying, no, this is not right. This is not what we want. This is wrong. This is immoral. This is not humane thing to do to people. I don't know. I feel like the left should recognize that a little bit, but they don't.
And for any of you MAGA, I want you to think about this. The day's going to come when you're going to stand before God.
Oh, so now we're doing what's called a prejudgmental thought process. Right, okay. Well, let me stop you right there, Sparky, and tell you that you might want to be careful with what you say because not only do I, number one, don't really give a shit what you got to say because majority of the time I really don't give a shit what these lefty lunatics have to say in general. But being prejudgmental goes against what your Christian Bible says you should do. And it tells you don't do it because it's not something you should do, but you shouldn't do.
And your little orange rapist isn't going to be there. You're not going to have Fox News or OAN or all of your little bullshit white grievance playing.
The white grievance. There again comes the reverse racism from who do we hear it from? The white left, the liberals, the white liberals, the majority of them, the white liberals that love to push this. Because this is what they do. They push these narratives on people because they want to guilt trip. This is again guilt trip. This is what they are really, really good at doing, guilt tripping people. They want you to think about what they're saying so that you feel guilty about it. And in your mind, you tell yourself subconsciously is what they are saying correct. They want you to question everything that you know in morality and obvious humane purposes of life and think that everything that you were told or taught was wrong when what they were told and taught was wrong. Cheers. They were wrong, not us. They were.
In the background, and you're going to stand before God with your 6 teeth and your AR-15 and your.
First of all, you do realize that when we die, we aren't gonna have AR-15s, right? AR-15s are an inanimate object. So for the left to think, oh, when you die, you're gonna have your 6 teeth and your AR-15s, that ain't happening. It's not going to be us in the human form that's gonna be going. It's our spirits, our souls. We aren't gonna have teeth. It's gonna be our spirits. So again, it's very ironic that they mentioned this because again, they forget. Obviously, AR-15s are not human; they're inanimate. They're materialistic. There is nothing like that that is going to be in heaven or wherever, whatever you believe in the afterlife. There's nothing like that that is going to be there in the afterlife. These people, the left, do not understand how stupid they sound when they try to insult us by guilt tripping us into believing something so idiotic, so asinine. It just makes them sound like they obviously don't have a freaking clue to what they are saying. And they don't.
Confederate flag. Yeah.
Oh, and then you bring up the Confederate flag. Okay. Well, here's the issue. The Confederate flag may be draped over my coffin, but it is not going with me. But sure as hell, yes, it will be buried with me. I'll have my Confederate flag mud jug buried with me, but it's not going with me to the afterlife. And the Confederate flag has nothing to do with this. This is a thing, again, that they love to implement because of stupidity, because of their childish mannerism. This is what happens when you allegedly just allow the media to just manipulate you in that way, in that form. It's like a bad relationship.
Yeehaw! I'm ready for heaven, Jesus. Yeah, I own the wheel ball.
This is sad because this is mockery. Not only allegedly is he mocking God, but he's mocking us, which is sad enough, but he's kind of mocking what would happen to us. He's wishing ill will against us because this is the type of mannerism that these people have, the thought process. If you want to do a process of elimination and think, okay, good, bad, which one's better, you obviously are going to know good is going to outweigh evil, because evil does not always outweigh good. Good outweighs evil by a ton. Therefore, evil isn't going to win. And no matter how much they mock us or laugh at us or say asinine shit to us, it doesn't hurt our feelings. It doesn't make me angry or any sort of way. That's what they're looking for. It's a reaction. That's what they want. They want a reaction out of us, and we're not giving it to them. And that's what I tell all of you people out there. Don't give these morons the satisfaction of a reaction, because if you do, it feeds their ego. It's an ego trip. They think that their balls are bigger than the Twin Towers were, and it's not true. They want that reaction. And if we don't give them that satisfaction of a reaction, guess what they're going to do? They're going to get worn out to the point where, okay, Maga's not giving us a reaction. We can't do anything. They're going to get tired. They're going to get tired of it to a point where they really have nothing against us. They may continue to try to give that stupid asinine talking point crap, bullshit, word salad, mumbo jumbo. But if we continue not to give in and get angry with them, it does not give them power. Again, just like what Sarah said in the labyrinth, you have no power to Jared. When Sarah in the movie The Labyrinth said to Jared, the Goblin King, "You have no power over me," it broke him into 1,000 pieces and it made him disappear, because he realized she was right. She was right all along. He didn't have power over her. And that's what we need to do. We need to be like Sarah from the movie The Labyrinth and tell these people, you have no power over us, because you don't. We have power over ourselves. That is the truth.
Yeah, demonize transgenders, all and even.
Do we really demonize transgender people? No, we don't. We call out what is going on with their community. Because you know why we do it? Because the LGBTQ trained community that are on the left, sure, some of them may be part of that community, but majority of them are people that are just culture vulturing, that are using their claim, their alleged claim, to try to make people that are part of that community feel like shit, morally, mentally, and physically and spiritually. They're trying to break people that are part of that community, that don't agree with the left and their bullshit ideologies about the LGBTQIA alphabet soup community, like shit. Again, they're trying to have power and control. That's all they want. Nothing more, nothing less. We can't let them. If, yes, we might not agree with the LGBTQIA community, I don't. But whether you're like me, a straight person that accepts them and knows that they're human, but understands that some of the things that are going on that the left are doing with that community are wrong, we should stand up for people that are in that community and say, hey, your community is being robbed of what you stand for by these people that are doing wrong to you. They're wronging you in so many ways.
You, Jesus. Yeehaw! I'm sorry, who are you? You must have come in the wrong entrance. I don't know you. What's your name? Oh, yes, you came in the wrong entrance. Hey, while you're here, let's have a quick talk. So, do you see all these people back here? Yeah, these tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. These are all the people that died from gun violence. Well,
Sure, God, the Christian God knows. The gods know what is going on. But the gods also know who is in the wrong and who's in the right. And the gods know who is standing for what and who's standing for what is right, not what is wrong and what is moral. We're not going to be judged based off of political views. We're going to be judged based off of what we did, what was right. Or if we did something, yes, but not on our political basis. These lefty morons think that we're going to be judged based off of our politics. They're trying to politicize God, the Christian God. That sickens me. That is something that no one should do. I don't care if you're Christian, pagan, Muslim, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism. You don't do that. You don't judge people based off of their politics. Just the character of their heart and their content of their character. That's it. They know that. And they just don't understand it. Because they would rather base the judgment or claim that God is going to judge us off of our political caricature, which is wrong morally. That's kind of fucked up if you think about it. Not based off of really what God would judge us on.
you're alive. And every time one of them was shot in a school or a movie theater or a shopping mall, instead of doing anything and loving that neighbor, you went out and bought more guns. Well, God, I'm a...
Oh, but they hate guns, remember? Even though some of them, or probably quite a few liberals or lefties do own guns, they are so anti-gun, but some of them go out and buy guns. That tells you, obviously, they're not really anti-gun at all. They're just bullshitting you. They're pretenders. They're deceivers. They're liars. They're con men. Snake oil salesmen. That's what the left are.
Patriot, yeah! Woo! Dead Americans is worth the cost of the Second Amendment. Charlie Kirk taught me that.
I cringe every time I hear the left trying to use Charlie Kirk words against us when they take it out of context. Charlie Kirk was a good man. He was a very honest, decent man, in my opinion. And that is sick. Laughing and mocking a dead person who got shot because of an active shooter, an alleged or a active shooter that shot him because of his political belief. That sickens me. That disgusts me. I despise that. I despise any human being who does that morally. That is immoral. That is just inhumane. Because that is not how you should treat people.
Oh, yes, him. Yeah, he's going down there where you are. We'll get to him later.
And then they laugh and think Charlie Kirk is in hell. How do you know whether Charlie Kirk is really in heaven or hell? You don't. None of us know where Charlie is. We hope that Charlie is in the happy afterlife, in the afterlife that brings him happiness and joy and peace, harmony, and rest. But they can't stop picking on Charlie because Charlie was a good person that did not agree with their belief, the leftist belief, but he had good arguments and good points against them because these people are sick. That's how fucked up these people are. They don't have a moral compass of decent ethic, human morality. They have a fucked up moral compass of morality. And again, they don't give a shit. They don't give a flying fuck about anyone. You know how many sick, twisted lefties made fun of Charlie after his assassination? A lot of them did. A lot of them were laughing at Charlie for it. Because this is how they act. Same way with the president. They're just sick. They're sick. And it disgusts me.
You see these people over here? Yeah, these are the officers that died on January 6th. Well, God, that's fake news, and
What's even sick is that they're bringing up things that honestly they have no idea about. They are just automatically going to go to what the fake news tells them. Because these people don't give a shit. Again, they're selfish. They are selfish. They would rather watch an alleged cop or a firefighter be hurt than worry about their safety, the cops or the firefighter's safety. They would sacrifice an alleged another human being for their own life. What kind of fucked up moral person would do that? Oh, they do, but we don't over here on the conservative side. We don't do that. We worry about everything. We do what is right. We have a moral compass because that is what we know and our principle of thought process goes to, not the bullshit that they spew.
if it was real, Donald Trump promised me a bigger paycheck, so yeah, yeehaw! How about all these people that died from lack of health care?
Lack of health care? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Do you know that people that are here illegally get free health care from our own government? And the people that are here in America don't get it because it's being given to people that really honestly shouldn't be here in the first place. Oh, again, where's the morality with this? Where's the common sense? This is the fucked up shit that they're allowed to get away with. But every time we call them on it, they get pissed off.
Starved to death. God, that's socialism. I'm pro-life.
Whether or not the Christian God would be socialist or not isn't really the biggest question. It's the biggest question of what would God do? What would the Christian's God do? He would be about what he's about. Jesus or God, the Christian God, would not be about politics or politics at all, but morality. What is truth? What he taught when he was here on earth at one point or another. I really don't think that Christian Jesus would give a shit about conservatism or socialism. He would care about his people more than politics itself in general. But again, this is coming and stemming from the hate, the anger, and the fact that these left lunatics, nut jobs, don't know about the Bible nor God themselves. They probably never read the Bible a day in their life.
I believe in that bullshit because I'm a patriot. Yeehaw! And that's how it's going to go.
Again, prejudgmental, huh? Prejudgmental, right? Yeah. You know why? Because that's what they do. That's what these leftist, lunatic nut jobs are. Pretty sad and pathetic, if you ask me. That's just my opinion. And probably the opinion of many other people. It's pathetic and sad. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit, people. They've never given a shit about us or anyone but themselves. Because they've never been told no a day in their life. They've never been punished or probably spanked or put on timeout or grounded in their youth or childhood. It's just projection, deflection. That's it. That's all the left love to do. The left love to hate. Why do you think they hate me so much? Why do you think every time these lefty YouTubers that want to argue with Trump supporters on the phone are very quick to hang up on me? Because they don't want to argue with me. Because they want me to just agree with their ideology that is stupid and immoral. Because they would rather have me fight with them just for content. Just so that I look stupid. When in general, they are the ones that look stupid. People like Brian Shapiro, this guy, and other people online that have callers calling. They're just looking for attention. They're attention-seeking whores. They're whores to attention. Just like this guy is claiming that we're whores to capitalism, they're whores to attention. They want that attention. I'm not giving it to them because I already know what they seek. And what they seek is not something I'm going to waste my time nor energy on, is arguing with stupid people. People that logically can't think for themselves.
How are you going going to justify all of the horrible shit that you did on this earth?
How can we justify what we do? Well, we can justify it by saying that we actually did something. How can the left justify all the shit that they do? They can't. They try to. They try to justify it by saying that it's moral and it's the most humane thing to do, which it's not really technically. They have no moral basis to stand on. They don't got a pot to piss in when it comes to arguments with these people. These lefties are absolutely unhinged. Honestly, my cigar is a lot smarter than these lefties. Seriously, my chainsaw is smarter than these lefties. All of my inanimate objects are 10 times smarter than these lefties. You know why? Because the inanimate objects don't think. Because they're not political. They're just inanimate objects, for crying out loud. Any inanimate object is more 10 times smarter than these morons that are on the left. You can't argue with stupid. You can't fix stupid, as Ron White once said. You just can't. You cannot argue with these people. You cannot make these people see any differently than what they see. It's not going to work.
And if you don't like my language, but you voted for rapist, maybe, just maybe, I'm not the problem. Maybe it's you.
Actually, no. The problem is, yes, it is him. He's part of the problem. Because he's perpetuating part of the problem. Part of the problem is with these people that are on the left, they don't think. They don't know how to think. I'm going to say it, and I will always say it. They will do what they can to have the utmost power over anyone. That's all they want. Power, control, greed, and destruction and chaos. That's it. The problem isn't just how they speak. Yes, that is part of the problem too. How they address the situation by saying the things that they say. That's not good, but yeah, they have a right to the First Amendment, but also they know what they shouldn't and should say, but they don't care. That's the issue. They want to pretend that they care, but they don't. Because it's like an appetite that is never satisfied. They have this appetite for just continuing to do anything and everything in their power and ability to make this world a shithole. And it will not be satisfied until they get it satisfied. It's, again, not just like the appetite, but a thirst that can never be quenched. The same thing. There is no moral compass and no ability to try to change the mind of people that just don't want to change it.
And you know why? People ask me, as a person of faith.
And I know some of you have asked me, Romeo, or conservative, do you really think that these people that say that they're a person of faith are really people of faith? No, I don't. I 100% doubt that this man is an alleged person of faith. I would doubt it. I'm not even a Christian. I'm a pagan. But I know Christians that are people, really good, decent human beings that are people of faith. I have friends, family that are people of faith, of God. They believe in God. They're more compassionate, empathetic, sympathetic, understanding, morally based. They have the common knowledge of right and wrong. These people don't, because they want to use faith. They're pretending that they are people of faith that are on the left. Some of them that claim they're on the left, that claim they are allegedly Christians. They're just pretenders. Those are people that the Christian Bible warns people about not to be connected with. Stay away from them. Stay away from those people because they are Pharisees. Now, again, I am a pagan. I don't mind Christian beliefs, but this is not a Christian belief. What these people or what this guy is saying, this is not based off of Christian principles and morals and values. This is based off of socialism, communism, alleged Nazism, hate, anger, bigotry, destruction and control, and narcissism. Not Christian principles at all. My neighbor, my two neighbors that I have are Christian men, very decent Christian men. God bless them. God bless them. And I hope that they stay continuously to be Christians and walk in their faith of Christ that they believe in heavily. But these lefties that claim they're Christian or people of faith are not. And they will be judged. And karma will get them. And that's all we know will happen. But, excuse me.
I care about people.
Most leftists that will say they care about people really don't, because we already know where they stand on that. They don't stand on principle. They stand on, well, what can I get out of people today? And how can I control people today? And how can I be the biggest jerk of all today to people? I know I'll do everything the media and the bad politicians tell me to do. That's it. That's all these lefties go for.
There are people that watch my videos and comment, and people in my life that are victims of sexual assault.
I've had people in my comment section and watch my videos that were allegedly part of that too. It's not a good thing. I'm sorry that it happened, but I can't do anything. It's out of my control, out of my hand.
And you accepted a fucking rapist.
That, obviously, again, we know there was not a lot of evidence to point towards Trump being an alleged rapist. So let's just cut that bullshit right there and knock it off. Knock it the fuck off. You lefties that want to use that as a moral high ground that gives you the biggest reason to hate us, it makes you sound stupid. Legitimately stupid. Like, you really don't have any sympathy towards those people. You're just pretending to look for sympathy for those people. I know I've talked to people that were alleged victims of rape and sexual assault. I feel bad for them because it's not right that they had to go through that. And the person that did that to them was an asshole and took something that didn't belong to them. Their innocence. That's not right. That's wrong. That's not being moral. That's just being a fucked up person for trying to pretend that you are. These people don't care. These leftists don't care. And as far as I'm concerned, they can say that they want to pretend that they care all they want till the cows come home and stop mooing. But I am not going to believe it because actions speak louder than words. And we should always go by that. We should because it's true. But do they care? No. It's just about pretending. It's a show. It's a shit show, honestly. If you want me to be honest, it's a shit show with no real empathy or sympathy.
Because he promised you fucking cheap gas and cheap eggs because you were such whores to capitalism.
But remember, most majority of these people that think like this, that are on the left, they claim they hate capitalism, but they still live here in America. That is a capitalist society, but they don't ever fucking move. Why? Because they really don't technically hate capitalism. They say they hate capitalism, but they don't. They enjoy it. They relish in it. Because one thing we know to be true, capitalism beats socialism every time. They wallow in self-pity and grievance about how much capitalism is bad. But you don't ever see them doing anything like go to a country that is not capitalistic. They always stay here because it's just talk. That's all it is. It's bullshit, blah, 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 blah. That's all it fucking is. Pity party, pity party. Oh, poor me. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar. They don't. But us conservative MAGA people do.
That you cared more about morality. That's why I fucking care.
And again, they don't care. It's just all talk and all show. Virtual signaling. Buzzwords. How can they use the most buzzword in one day to make people think they care? That's all it is. That's really all it is. Nothing more, nothing less.
This is called righteous anger.
No, that is not righteous anger. What that is called is doing or saying things that you shouldn't be saying or acting as in general.
Nothing I'm talking about benefits me at all.
Well, it does benefit them. You know how? It benefits them because when they do it, people that are like them can say, yeah, we agree with you. We agree with you. We believe in what you believe in. And the higher ups that are watching or that may gain the attention from this give them the pat on the back and the brownie points and them getting the attaboy or good job, getting a round of applause. Good job. You did great today. Superb job. Outstanding. What a stupendous job of virtual signaling to all the other idiots out there, just like you, and making them continuing to believe in what we believe in. That's exactly what they are doing this for. It's that attention. They're attention seeking horse. They're horse to attention. They love that attention. They wallow and loathe that attention so much that it's just like they could bathe in it. If attention was like shower water, they would bathe in it and never want to get out of it. Well, that's exactly what they're doing right now.
I don't want to make these kind of videos, but you.
If this person didn't want to make these kind of videos, then he wouldn't. He wouldn't want to make them. He wouldn't make them. But you know why he does it? Because he's looking for attention. That's all this guy is doing. He's looking for attention. He's looking for attention. He claims he doesn't want to do it, but in the same time, we know he wants to do it because he loves that attention. It's giving him the satisfaction. It's like an alleged hard-on for him. That's it. It's just it really, there's nothing more to it other than it just tickles the pickle. It just makes them feel good. They get their jollies off of doing what they do. And these kind of people making these kind of videos like this guy's doing, it just gives them that amount of attention because they do want to do that video. Because that type of video obviously is what is going to thrive or make them thrive more and want to do it more. And what's up, KY? How you doing, bud?
People have such a fucked up moral compass.
We are not the one with fucked up moral compass. The left are. We always see that. They do, KY. They think Trump is king. But he's not.
There's a special place for you right next to Jeffrey Epstein.
See right there. Right there. They claim that they never, some of them claim that they never wish ill will against anyone. But they do. They wish ill will against people because that's how fucked up morally they are. They don't know how not to do it. They can't grow up. They can't get out of their mindset that they're engulfed in or entrapped in.
So you yuck it up and you own the libs and you cheer on the orange rapist every time he owns the libs. But you remember this. That day will come where you will go before God. And you're not like where you end up.
I actually could probably say more likely the same thing for these people. They can yak it up or yuck it up as much as they want, wishing all this bullshit against us. But karma's a bitch, and karma will get them. And they will have to suffer the consequences for what they have done. Not us, but them.
You may not get justice here on earth, but you might.
That, to me, kind of is, I could take that as an objective way of saying, I wish ill will against you. That they're alleging ill will against us. Again, that shows you what they are.
Because I think what's going to happen at some point is that you're going to burn your hand on the stove like a little child.
No. See, because this, again, shows how stupid they think we are. We're not the ones that are dumb enough to put our hands on the hot stove, metaphorically. Or physically. We're not stupid enough to do that. We know they are.
lose your job. You're going to lose your health insurance. You're going to lose your farm. And you know what? I don't give two fucks.
Of course, they wouldn't give two fucks. You know why? Because, again, that's selfish. Because the guy just earlier in the video said that he voted for us. But now he's wishing ill will against us. So it's kind of a contradiction. They don't know how to stay on their script. They don't know how to do either or. That's it.
I hope
You're right, KY.
one of you get what you voted for. All of the cruelty that you voted on everybody that's not white.
We didn't vote for cruelty for anyone. They did. The left did. The left voted for cruelty. Schadenfreude, not us.
All of your cruelty on immigrants and black people and Muslims.
Black people and Muslims are not being hated on. This is how immoral and stupid these people are that listen or believe in this kind of shit, that like what this guy is spewing. None of that's happening. You want to be honest? White people are actually getting hated on more than any other race right now in our time. White people are being treated like shit. White people like me that are white people are being shat on. Not just by other people, but by white liberals. What is liberal? Liberal is liberation, enlightenment. They are not enlightened or liberated. They are a leader or a group that is being led by their leader, their flock leader, into a cult. KY says in the Bible says pray for leaders and definitely not to be doing it like he does. You're right. I do think that JD Vance could win in 2028. And I hope to God JD Vance wins because we need him. We need JD Vance. Not Kamala.
I hope it comes back on you tenfold.
See, again, this is what I just said, that these people feel this way. It shows you how but anyway, here's another one.
You don't have to give him your name.
Hold on. Let me get it off of the ads real quick. Because these ads can get me copyrighted. I don't want to throw it up there. Hold on. And this is the same guy. Let's listen.
Oh, Pardon, in the belly of the beast.
He has entered the chat.
God bless you. God bless, guys. That's all. Let's go. God bless.
See, good to meet you. Thanks for coming.
This is Jake Lang. He's a white supremacist.
Now, I don't know much about Jake Lane to say anything in my behalf of my opinion about Jake Lane. But I've heard some of Jake Lane's talking points, and it's something I will say I don't agree with a lot of what he says.
This is him protesting, saying that black fathers are bad.
Well, I'm not saying that all I'm not saying that black fathers are bad. I will not agree that every black parent is bad, but there are just as much bad parents that are white, Latino, every other race. It's not about race in general. It's about, are you a good parent or a bad parent? That's what it's more about and what it should be more about. Are you a good parent or are you a bad parent?
This is him a month ago at a baseball game, talking about the white replacement theory. He served 4 years in prison for beating officers with a baseball bat on January 6th.
Which we don't even know if that's true that he did that or not. But again, we know what happened.
And he was pardoned by the white supremacists in the White House.
So again, this is the typical leftist tactic of calling Donald Trump a white supremacist when he's not, because that's buzzwords. This guy is using buzzwords.
He made terroristic threats in Texas. He's not even allowed in Texas anymore because he's such a miserable piece of shit.
And then calling somebody a miserable piece of shit. Again, this comes and stems down to, and it dummies down to, this is all they know how to do, is just talk shit to or about people, because that makes their ego feel big. It's like an ego trip.
And these people, this is a group called the Unfuck America Tour. It is supposed to be in opposition to the Turning Point USA white supremacist nationalist group.
Which Turning Point is not a white supremacist, white nationalist group.
It was started by that piece of shit, Charlie Kirk.
Who is not. See, again, this is what I don't understand, and what pisses me off is because they say this about Charlie, but you know that, again, this stems from not rational thinking. They don't know how to be rational. These leftist people are never going to be rational.
Now, my question is, why are you smiling and interviewing a white supremacist who says that black fathers are bad? What logical reason could there be? You want to hear his point of view? I'll tell you his point of view. He's a piece of shit.
That doesn't help in any way, shape, or form. What this guy could have done is played the interview where he was asked questions to see what his point of view was. But instead, this is what they do. Instead of playing interviews or giving context, they just curse, scream, yell, act childish, and just speak like man children, because this is what they do. This is how they hold themselves on the left. They are mentally deranged. This is a mental illness. Liberalism is mental illness, ladies and gentlemen. It is a mental illness. TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, is a mental illness. These people have mental illness that are on the left, but they cannot understand that for any reason. Whether you try to reason with them and tell them, hey, there's a cure for it, they don't want it. It's like you going in to the doctors and saying that something's wrong with you, and the doctor says, oh, okay, well, I have, let's take a look at you and see what's wrong. And then when the doctor figures out what's wrong with you, the doctor gives you meds to help whatever it is that is wrong with you. Hopefully that will cure your ailment of whatever is wrong with you. They refuse to take that. This is exactly in the way that these liberals are doing. They are refusing the cure. And there's a cure for it. It's called red pill, baby. Red pill. But they refuse to take it. They refuse to accept it and understand it and be okay with it. You're right, KY. Charlie was very, really good man. He was an honest, decent, respected person. And they hate Charlie because he helped college students try to understand that it's okay to have a difference of opinions, but it's not okay to say stupid things that they say or that is being repeated from the media, obviously. They just, some of them didn't want to understand, but some of them did. Some of them heard Charlie and listened to Charlie and hopefully walked away with a more open mindset to understand what Charlie was telling them. Yeah, pretty much, kind of like that.
To anybody that's not white. Okay? There, it's over with. But see, this stuff, and this is a Democratic group allegedly, right? This is disgusting. Why are you platforming a white supremacist?
And if he was an alleged white, that guy, Jake, whatever his name is an alleged white supremacist, we don't accept him. We don't accept white supremacist ideologies. We don't. Because we're not white supremacists. The left are.
Money. It's money. The Deans, the Parkers, the Destinies, they're whores to capitalism.
Again, like I said just a few hours ago, these lefties hate capitalism so much that they don't want to get out of capitalism. They would rather be stuck in capitalism, excuse me, and continue to say capitalism bad, yeah, wah, but not change by moving the fuck out of America. Get the fuck out of America if you don't like capitalism. That's simple. That's just pure and simple logic. But again, remember, you can't logically fix people that just want to continue to be stupid or morons. These people would rather be wrapped up in continuing to be stupid and morons than solve the problem. Just like going to the doctors and the doctor finding out what's wrong with you and giving you treatment and you refusing it. Why did you go to the doctors in the first place? Because if you're going to refuse doctor treatment, then it's not worth the doctor time to come in and help you. You might as well just have stayed home and continued to bitch and whine about whatever the fuck that your issue is that you're suffering from. Because these people, like the left, love Schadenfreude. It's all about how to make other people miserable.
They're not debating people. They're yelling at people to piss you off.
Well, what does the left do? The left don't debate people. They just yell at people to piss people off. So it's ironic that the claim coming from that side of the field goal or the fence post over there is saying that shit when that's kind of actually what they do. Maybe, KY.
So they can win a conversation and get clicks and views.
Again, this is all what the left do. Exactly what he is deflecting, that this guy is deflecting, is exactly what people like this guy does. The left do. They deflect hard.
And run to the bank while you're pissed off and angry.
Wow. It sounds more like the left have more issues with hormonal excuse me, it seems like the left are way more hormonal than us on the conservative side. They are more pissed off, angry, and just want something to bitch about and not fix it. And they want to try to fix it in the worst way, not even fixing it in the way that it should be fixed. What does that tell me? Obviously, what exactly we know. They don't want to fix shit. They don't want to deal with what needs to be dealt with correctly. And Tobacco KY just made a great point. Other countries wouldn't put up with them and their nonsense. Exactly. That's probably why the only freaking reason why they stay here in the first place. Because they know that other countries would not put up with their shit. I definitely, if I was a country leader, would not be putting up with their shit. I would not tolerate it one bit. Not one bit at all. I would be peeved with them. I'd tell them, get the fuck out of here. Because I'm not going to put up with you disrespecting us. And I think a lot of conservatives are doing that now. A lot of MAGA people are telling these people, pack your shit and get out if you are not happy with us here. We are not going to tolerate your nonsensical bullshit. We're tired of it. We're tired of you screaming, yelling like a bunch of babies, having temper tantrums. Well, that's true. Probably, more than likely. KY. But that's it in general.
And then what you do is that you tell the algorithm, I want to be more upset, more angry.
It's funny how YouTuber content creators that are on the left claim that we do things for the algorithm to make people more pissed off and upset, but what do? Exactly what they claim we're doing. Every fucking time. It is absolutely atrocious to hear them say this shit. Because they know what they're doing. They're just looking for attention. Again, they're horse to attention. Just like this guy, this loser that I'm reacting to, claims that we're horse to capitalism, which we're not horse to capitalism. We love capitalism because America is a capitalistic state. Their attention to their horse to attention. They love that attention. They want attention more and more and more and more and more. It makes them thrive in being the center of attention because they were never the center of attention ever, probably in their childhood or youth or their teen years. That's why. Tobacco KY96 says liberals don't realize, make more angry and upset and sad and embarrassed and plus laughing. Yeah, we do laugh at them a lot. We laugh at them a lot because of how childish they are. That is how stupid and petty they are. They are petty. These people on the left are very petty.
I want more yellow arrows and bright, bold letters, and I want to be more pissed off, and I want to see this person get yelled at, and I want to call him an idiot and a mushroom gobbler.
A mushroom gobbler. Gee, I wonder where he learned that one from. Probably Brian Shapiro, the guy that calls every MAGA a mushroom gobbler. Because, well, again, that's just petty and childish. A mushroom gobbler. What the fuck is a mushroom gobbler? That is something that does not make any sense. To me, I mean, that to me makes me think of somebody that just gobbles mushrooms or eats a lot of mushrooms, which mushroom is a fungi. So that kind of really is not a good description at all, or a good thing to even try to use against us. Good question, KY. I do not know why liberals get more views, because obviously people are just horse to attention.
Blah, blah, blah. That's what we're doing. There's no reason for this. This is why I will never, ever, ever have debates with MAGA.
You know why the left or people like this guy will never debate us? Because he's afraid of us. Because they are afraid. When you hear them say they will never debate us, that tells you instinctually they are afraid of us. They will never debate us because they are cowards. They cowered down when we shut them up with facts and information that is logically, factually correct every time. So when they call us mushroom gobblers or whatever the fuck they want to call us, some weird ass childish names, all it is basically them just doing this because it's childish. That's all they are just a bunch of grown ass men or adults that are physically adults, but mentally the brain capacity of a child, the thought process of a child, of a toddler, a 2-year-old, somebody who throws their toys around and has temper tantrums all the damn time. I'm surprised too, KY, but that's okay. I deal with what I have now. I'm happy with what I got, bud.
Because it is morally rotten. It is not in good faith.
Gee, you want to talk about good faith, but what is the left? The left never are in good faith. They never have, ever, and will never be that way, ever. Because they're morally rotten. The left are rotten people. They're like bad apples. They're just like sour candy that's just rotten and sour that you don't even want. But we kind of have to pucker up and deal with. It sucks.
How does the conversation go? Hey, why did you vote for rapist?
Well, my first question would be, hey, why did you allow somebody like Joe Biden to go around on national TV and touch children allegedly inappropriately and sniff children inappropriately? How would you have that conversation with them? You would strike that conversation by asking them that question, and then you know what they would do. They would obviously try to double down and do what they can to double down, because they know morally that they are wrong for it and allowing it and not okay with it. That's it. You can't have a conversation with these people. You can have conversations with MAGA supporters like me who are willing to have conversations, but if you start name calling, obviously I'm going to call you out for it and say, hey, look, everyone, this is exactly what these people do. These are exactly what we expect from them, from the people of the left, to be childish and try to scream, yell, or sit there and ask, are you okay? 100,000 times, because it's an ego trip. They're egotistical people. They think their ego is about the size of their schlong, which is not even correct. They think they have the moral high ground. That's incorrect. They don't have the moral high ground. They don't have the capability or the capacity to understand right and wrong. They never will. Oh yeah, that's true. And even Biden having alleged Alzheimer's in the office. How do you explain that one? Right. So really, if these people want to claim that they can't have a conversation with us, it's not our fault. It's actually the fault of y'all's that are on the left, because y'all on the left love to shut your ears and use your mouth more than your ears that God gave you, and not listen, but flap your little pipe hole that you love to flap more than you listen. Us MAGA, at least we can listen. We can comprehend right, wrong, and understand questions and moralities and principles and basic understanding of human rights with common dignity and elimination of process of denomination of what is really what America wants and what America doesn't want. We can understand those things. It's a give and take. When you have a conversation with somebody, it's a give and take. And exactly, KY, they also shut their eyes to the truth because they don't want to understand. They don't ever want to understand. They would rather continue to flap their cum hole more than listen. If they would stop flapping their little cum hole, maybe they could understand more about what we're about. Stop trying to argue with the left. You cannot argue with the left. The left cannot be reasoned with. This is why I tell you all, don't argue with these people. Because these people on the left are going to be just as stupid and petty as ever, like a child. There is no compromise with these people. You can't compromise, and you can't come to a agree to disagree stance with them. It's always got to be they have to be the bigger person and be correct when they know that it isn't always about that. They don't always have to be right. They think that they always have to be right, but it's really not that way. Just like I don't think I'm always right about every freaking thing that I say, but I do research. I take my time, I understand facts, logic, I comprehend the obvious of what is going on in the world, and I tell people about it because I try to understand morality. Like, where do we need to be in a moral compass in this world today to make things better for everyone? They don't want that. They are against it. If they could listen and understand that maybe, just maybe, it's not all about them, it's about all of us, they would understand then maybe that there could be a conversation had with them. But no.
Hey, why do you still support a child molester who?
Why do you Democrats or lefties support people that are trying to do things wrong? And why do you support people that are alleged child molesters, chomos, that are allegedly in your political party? Yeah, sure, you can ask us the same thing, but we can ask you, all Democrats, the same shit. You Democrats and liberals are very illiterate. You don't know how to read, you don't know how to comprehend. This is how stupid these lefties are. They're illiterate. They're yo-yos. Because they don't want to understand right and wrong. They want to blame us for having a alleged chomo president, which he's not a chomo because it's never been allegedly proven true. It's just hearsay, and it was a kangaroo court that basically made him pay up because the court, in my opinion, didn't do the good job that they should have by investigating this shit or having a alleged rape kit test or sexual assault kit test done or a lie detector done to these people that are accusing Trump of alleged rape or SA. They just said, okay, court dismissed. The plaintiff, the lady wins. Trump, fuck you. You owe money to that lady over there. That's all it was. It was a kangaroo court shit show. And we know it. This is the Dixiecrats of 2026. The 2026 version of the Dixiecrats. It's a kangaroo court. There is no law and order. There is no moral. There's nothing that these people stand on. There's no principle basis here. It's just Trump is a bad man. He gets to pay the women whatever because, we hate the orange man. That's what they do. And that's how they act. Sounds like a really good justice system, right? I mean, justice is supposed to be blind, if I'm not mistaken. In 3/10 of the law, the court is supposed to do their job. But again, I don't feel like the court did their job when it came to the whole allegations against Trump. Well, it's not just the stronghold of Dixie, it's the Dixiecrat racism that they hold. Like the Southern Democrats, they hold the Democratic Dixiecrat standards. That's all it is, KY.
Who defends child molesters.
Gee, that's surprising that we allegedly defend child molesters when y'all on the left are okay with men who dress up and pretend they're going trick-or-treating in a woman's dress or outfit, pretending they're women when they're not women, going into other women's public bathroom, and parents or men not defending women at all for it. That's crazy. What's up, Pastor David Smith? Ivanka Trump 2028. The Simpsons were never wrong. They predict a lot of things. Man, I don't know how much of the prediction of the Simpsons are true or not, but it is crazy how a lot of the things with the Simpsons are being predicted. It's crazy. It really is fucking crazy. I don't understand how every person with a moral compass or a brain could think that what these lefties are doing are correct and are okay with. How are these morals that these people on the left have are perfectly reasonable and rational? How? Please tell me. Help me understand this, because I don't really understand it. I don't think that these people are morally correct in any way, shape, or form. I don't. I don't think that these people are correct for the way that they think. I think it's wrong, but they have a right to think the way they want. But how they think, obviously tells you a crap ton about what they think about us and other people. It's selfishness. It's ungodly. It's just horrifying to see that America, the most beautiful country, the most gorgeous country, the most diverse country in the world that we have. And yes, it is very much diverse. We are diversified. We have multiple cultures, language, and people in this world that are being blatantly, obviously pushed by the radical left for them to hate America so much, a country that they came into, that they were privileged to come into, and hate on it and start shitting on it. That does not make sense to me.
Why do you support a man who just paid a woman $5 million for raping her in a dressing room?
Because that didn't happen. Because there's no proof. Where again is the rape kit test? Where again are there witnesses? Where's evidence? This is again where we see what is really happening. These people do not, on the left, care about evidence and facts. It's all about fifis, feelings. For some of you that are new to my channel that don't know the terminology fifis, it's the expression I use for feelings. They use their fifis, their little feelings, and think that their feelings are fact when their feelings aren't fact. It's just feelings and opinions. Again, we all have opinions. They're all just like buttholes. Some are dirtier than others. But we definitely don't want to see them or know about them. But they push it on us. They push it on people. They push a lot, especially like on the Latino community. They push so much bullshit propaganda on the Latino community, telling the Latino community, be careful, because if you ain't white, your ass will get deported, is what the left tells these people that are Latino or that are immigrants that may have been here legally, just to get them to be scared. It's fear mongering. That's all these people do. And it's stupid. It's petty. But yet again, remember, it's because they like to virtue signal.
Why do you support a guy that's a felon and causing insurrection?
You know, it's always amusing to me when I hear them say, well, why do you support a guy that caused an insurrection? He didn't cause an insurrection by any means. You know what he did? He told people to go home. He literally fucking told the people to go the fuck home. Go home. Pardon my French. I am, yes, livid right now. But I will try to dummy down my language a little for you folks that don't like the language. I'm sorry. Trump literally himself told people, go home. He told people to go home. I understand you're pissed and you're angry. I understand that right now you feel cheated. We all feel cheated. But please go home. For your family, for your friends, for me, your president, for me, Trump, not me, but Trump. Go home. God bless you all, but go home. We will right the wrong when it is time to right the wrong. This will not be staying in the dark for very long. What is done in the dark will be brought to the light. And he has brought that out. Trump has brought that out multiple times. That these people allegedly tried to cheat an election. Cheat an election just so that they could win. They again want Mexican American families that are here legally to be afraid of ICE when they're here legally, because it's a tactic they use. They know how to cheat, win, lie, and deceive people by manipulation. It's all it is good for. That's all it really is. These people don't understand that when it comes down to this whole political problems that we're having, it's not that we're just divided. That's part of it. But a lot of it is, it's based off of factual information that we have obtained on what is going on, to see what is actually going on. What more do you want? Well, every time we give them evidence that the Biden administration allegedly used an auto pen or allegedly cheated the election, they are quick to shut it down. Because you know why? They don't like evidence. If it goes against them, they will quick to shut it down like that. And it is only because it helps them do what they want, to get away with what they want. No moral compass, no human life is worth being lost over political bullshit. But they allegedly do. They allegedly do. Because they don't care about anyone's life but their own.
And I can go on. That's where the conversation should start and stop. Because
there's a lot of ways we can have a conversation that probably would not stop. Because we could ask them so many more questions than they think they have on us, but we have more on them than they have on us. Because factually, it is true. They don't have anything on us. Other than they're pissed off that Trump is making America better, and they hate that. They hate that. They hate that Trump is doing better for our country than damaging our country like what they want. They don't care. They don't want to be rational. They will never be rational. Because they don't know how to be rational. They can't ever be rational.
every day that groups like this, they normalize it.
No. You know what being normalized is? What they do. What they are doing is being allowed to normalize and perpetuate lies and all the things they do.
And I used to go on a radio show a while back. For all of you, I'm not going to mention the name because it's not relevant. But you know what had happened? That person got addicted to outrage just like Z. And in fact, I think he has her on his show. And he runs around the country now being a horde of capitalism.
See, even their own, they eat their, not eat, but metaphorically, they eat their own people. They badmouth their own people. for doing something completely different than what they do or what they're used to. This is what they do. This is how they act. This is how they think. This is the outrage that they want to claim we're addicted to outrage, but they're more addicted to outrage than we are. They're more addicted to reaching people out there and just getting their jollies off. It's kind of like masturbation. You masturbate and then you're done. You feel good while masturbating, but then when you're done, the high and the adrenaline rush wears off. That's kind of what it is to them. It's weird. It's fucking weird that they are addicted so much to outrage and so much of the attention that they seek that they don't care how they can get it. In any way, shape, or form that they can find attention or outrage, they will go for it. It is what it is. It's truth.
Interviewing and yelling and screaming at people on the far right, calling them idiots and dumb mushroom gobblers. That's it.
You know, it's really ironic that we get called all those names, and then there are people like this guy on YouTube who does almost exactly the same freaking thing that Brian Shapiro does on his show. Or anyone on the far left do on their shows. It's exactly the same fucking thing. There's no difference. It's just we don't tolerate it because if we aren't sitting there disrespecting them, why are they disrespecting us? That means and obviously tells us they're not worth our time having a conversation or sitting down and allowing them to interview us or talk to us because they aren't going to treat us with respect and humanely. And I have seriously no shit, not being like this Yahoo down here that I'm that I'm reacting to, but I have been asked, conservative, why don't you debate left people? Because I can't debate them. Because as much as I would love to have a conversation or debate them, I can't. Because it sucks up a lot of my energy and a lot of my time. And I don't have time to have my energy drained from people that are just narcissistic, hate-filled people that are just not worth my time. And really, honestly, not worth my patience. I would rather be more productive than counterproductive and counterintuitive and spend my time doing what I do best by exposing them the way that I always do, which is like what I do now, getting on the ass of them by if they continue to make stupid videos, making videos reacting to how stupid their videos are or correcting what they do by showing you, hey, these are what these people do. And it's very counterintuitive because it's not going to give them anything, but yeah, sure, maybe attention, but it's going to prove that I've been right all along with these about these people and what these people are doing.
So he can make a couple of bucks off his fucking rage. And I'm not going to do that.
Sure as hell, it sounds like that's kind of what they do. Even though they claim that's not what they do, they do. So I guess that's kind of irony, right? The ironic part.
I'm not going to contribute to the downfall of society.
Yeah, yes. That's what they do. And that's what these kind of videos, like what this guy does, contribute to the downfall of society. Because that's what they want. They want to make our country shit when we want our country to be lifted up and be better. Well, we can't have a country that's being lifted up and pushed down at the same time. We have to work together to do it, to lift our country up.
By making people angry, because that's what this is. You know,
And I've noticed that the left love making people angry the most because it's just how, again, they get their jollies off. They don't know how to not be angry. That's it. They don't know how not to be angry. They live for it. It's like Dracula sucking blood. They suck the energy out of everybody that's around them because they're narcissists. Because that's what the left are narcissists. They suck the energy out of you. And that's what they want you to allow them to do, is to drain your energy. It's pretty pathetic. And it's just a weasel tactic, flakish tactic they do.
every day, almost every day, because sometimes a couple times a day, I get reached out to by people that want to sell me merchandise.
Lord.
That want me to push the product and they'll pay me to do it. I get off for a lot of my do it. I will never, ever, ever sell stuff on this page.
They say that, but we all know that they just lie. We know it's a lie because, of course, they're okay with it. Again, of course, we know what they're about. We know that they're okay with doing it. Hey, if you guys, real quick pause. If you guys haven't already, please go check out conservativenewswave.com. That is www.conservativenewswave.com or Google conservativenewswave.com. We are the wave of the news conservatism. So please go check out conservativenewswave.com. We do not ask nor want any donations. This is just a tier 2 freelance website that is all about truth, we the people. Conservativenewswave.com. Now let's get back to the program. All right, so this is just how it really is with these people. These people are just so measly, just pathetic with downplaying everything. They love to downplay everything. So that's it.
We are sold enough stuff, and we are all broke and struggling to make ends meet. We've all had to tighten our belts because of this.
Not as bad as what it was when the Biden administration was there. Biden administration really hurt us.
And I don't feel right doing that. We are sold all the time.
Yeah, you know why he would say, well, I don't feel right doing it? Because obviously he doesn't want to look like an alleged sellout. This is what the left love to do. They try to not look like they're a sellout, but they kind of are an alleged sellout. They sell themselves. They've sold their souls. They have allowed themselves to just be the energy vampires.
I just don't understand why we're so addicted to it.
Majority of the left are addicted to it, not us. That's the difference between me or us and them. Us, conservative speaking, technically speaking, and the left, the radical left Looney Tunes that are over there on the peanut gallery side. I don't understand why they're addicted to it either, but maybe we will never understand. Maybe it's because we just need to watch them continue to, in the words of Shakespeare and Julius Caesar, bury Caesar. And that's what we are doing. We're trying to bury Caesar, not weep over Caesar. And we've been trying to do that for a long ass time. But every time that we try to metaphorically bury Caesar, they want to unbury him. I don't know why, but maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe it's just because they don't know how to leave shit alone. Because they're just like kids in a candy store. They get all uppity and excited and like, about this shit. Who the fuck knows?
Don't we want actual solutions?
Yeah, we've been trying for a long time. The conservatives have been trying for a long time, figuring solutions out. But what happens every time when conservatives try to, our Republicans like Maga, try to find solutions? We get, metaphorically, shut down. Hypothetically speaking, we get shut down because they don't want to listen to us. I mean, again, it's about opening your ears and listening. Pardon me for the burp, by the way. They should open their ears and listen to us a little bit more than just start doing the talking. Less is more. Shut your mouth and listen. But the left, again, as I said before, they don't know how to shut their mouth. They don't know how to close their clam hole and listen. Because it's all got to be about them and their grievance and their stupidity and idiocracy. Kind of ironic that it is that way. It's sad. And then they want to blame us for it.
And sometimes when I make actual videos, that's the thing that gets frustrating as a content creator who actually wants to fix things.
Now, I have been asked, do I feel like he really wants to fix things? This, not just this guy, but the left? No. Do I feel like this guy wants to fix things? No, I don't. I don't think he actually wants to fix shit. I think what he wants is the same thing that the left wants. Total control, chaos, destruction, and new world order. That's what they want. And they're all about it. And they feed onto it like it's a freaking Thanksgiving turkey dinner. It's sad, pathetic. I wish they would change. I wish. Token, what's up, bud? What's up, Token? I wish that the left would accept wanting change and values. I wish that they had a way to think, maybe instead of just living in this paradigm world or paradox world and thinking inside the box, maybe for a minute step outside the box and think outside the box just enough that they can understand how selfish their thought process was and maybe change it just enough to get back on track to where it should be in life. That's just me. But I know that will never happen because they can never do that. Don't forget to hit the like, share, comment, and subscribe button. Please don't forget to also check me out on Twitter, Rumble, and TikTok, Conservative Video Dipper. Those are all my handler tags. Go check me out and go support if you enjoy content like this and you believe that truth should be spoken like this. more often than not, and not allowing these leftists to silence us, because we are being silenced as a majority. They do try to silence us, and it's wrong, and it's unethical, and it's just unconstitutional. So please go check out those channels, and I do appreciate you all for being here. Thank you. Token, what is up? Pastor David, thank you for coming. Tobacco KY 96, thank you for coming. I appreciate you all.
If I talk about minimum wage,
Oh, do they really care about minimum wage? No, they don't. We know that. Why would they care about people in minimum wage? Because they want, you know what they want to do? They want to lift minimum wage, not only so that they can continue to tax the shit out of people, and then, you know, again, this is kind of part of capitalism, is that they want money. They claim they're anti-capitalist, but this is how they secretively try to get around it, by claiming that they're not capitalistic, but they are. We know they are. They use these talking points like this to make it seem like it's something, but it's not. Ooh.
affordability,
Our government sometimes does. Yes. But we know that the Democrats do love to take advantage of our system. And we know that for a fact. Because when you look at everything the Democrats have done, and Token, I appreciate your comments, by the way. If you guys have a question or comment, please don't be afraid to put it in the chat. I will try to get to you. I promise I will not ignore you. But if I do actually not see your comment, I do apologize. But we know that Democrats are snakes. The leftists are snakes. They're like snake oil salesmen. They try to, no pun intended, slither their way past things, but it doesn't really work out very well. But somehow they're allowed to, and they get away with it. I don't know why, but it's just how it is. It's a bad thing, and we shouldn't allow it.
gun reform. You know what happened?
Oh, gun reform. This is one thing that will always. Yes, I remember you telling me you're in Commie, California. And yeah, you very well, Token. I know you know about it all too well. Maybe I'll do a time at some point in a week or whatever. You and I can get together and I can interview you about California and what you think about California and their politics and their policies over there. But it won't be today. But maybe at some point we can have you come up on panel if you want and talk to us about it, if you'd be willing to. I will definitely try. Message me either on the comment section on here. We'll figure it out so I can get a hold of you. Maybe I'll write you an email or something. Just comment me or whatever, and we'll get it figured out. But I do, if you would like, I would like to interview you on what you think about some of this stuff with the California crap going on. But it's crazy. Conservative Video Dipper. It's the same handle that I have on here, bud. It's the same handle. All of my social media is Conservative Video Dipper. My Twitter, my Rumble, my TikTok, YouTube, they're all Conservative Video Dipper. Thanks, Token.
The algorithm kicks it out and nobody watches it, and I'm still going to make them. Because
you know why sometimes the algorithm kicks these people out? Because they're getting too extreme. That's why. Because if TikTok yes, it's kind of pretty liberal, right? YouTube's somewhat allegedly liberal. Well, I wouldn't say allegedly, but yeah, is somewhat allegedly liberal. But there's a fine line that the platform owners and hierarchies or oligarchies have to deal with, and there's only a certain amount of things that they can allow before it gets out of hand. So I kind of understand why it happens. Because, like, the same way with me, it's the same freaking thing. Because people think that my belief is really extreme far right when it's not really extremely far right. It's more conservative values. So it shows obviously that yes, platform do kind of have a balance that they have to have. Otherwise, it's not going to be fair or it's going to be too far one sided and people are going to leave. So they don't want people to leave, so they have to balance it. And if it doesn't look like they're balancing it, then people will start noticing that a little bit more than not. So that's why. Cheers, y'all. I mean, look at California. It's pretty communist over there. Tolkien could tell you the same thing. Tolkien could tell you exactly how communistic it is over there. But he would say, just like he said in the chat, not all part of California is commie, just the cities. That's the issue, is that we understand that. But the Democrats, the left, want everything to be communistic. It doesn't even matter if it's the cities. They want everything to be socialized. And that's the thing that is wrong with these people. Sure, I could, you know, probably believe that. But let's get back to the video.
It's the right thing to do. But do you know why that happens? Because not you, but people as a general are addicted to outrage.
That's ironic again that these people would say that because what are they addicted to? The population of cities are more that are more democratic, leftist, extremists are more addicted to outrage than those that are conservative. Those that are in the city that are socialized are more addicted to outrage because they want to hate something so much more that they don't realize that majority of conservatives kind of outweigh them by a long shot. Conservative valuism and beliefs are more popular than their beliefs. Their beliefs are like very minute. Sure, they are very loud and boisterous about it, but very low in population belief.
You want to watch people yelling and screaming at each other, calling each other stupid.
Again, it's kind of the irony here that this guy says stuff like that, and you're fine, Token. You're good, bud. I believe that. I believe that. Token says conservatives control the agriculture out here. The city dwellers don't know how that works. You're absolutely right. I'm sure they don't. But going back to my point here, and it makes sense because people like this guy does have an alleged bad habit of calling people stupid and saying things kind of like what some other lefty liberal content creators say. And then he's calling them out, but he's still doing it. See, this is hypocrisy. This is what's called double standards. You move the field goal post, people. They move the field goal post because they just want to cheat in what any way, shape, or form that they can. And it's pathetic. And yes, as pathetic as it is, we know why they do it. It's double standards. It's the amount of people, excuse me, that believe in what they believe in, that are out there bitching, whining, moaning, and groaning about how much they hate capitalism, but they still live in a capitalistic society. Isn't that the funny part? Is that they won't shut up and move or leave? Hmm. Is it funny how, they always say something that conservatives are always the one that are the bad people, but you hear them and you see what they do, and it always goes back to them as well. It's not really conservatives that are doing it or MAGA that's doing it, it's them. Just send me, type in on Twitter, just put a comment in there and I'll read it if that's okay with you, if you want, and I'll get a hold of you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Token. But it's kind of ironic how they always say it's us conservatives that are the bad people, but look at what they're doing. Look at how much damage they're pulling off. They literally tried to make inflation super high, like stupid high. They tried to make inflation so ridiculous that it was hard for people to have a good living wage, to be able to afford things. That's crazy. And they claim that we're whores to capitalism, but they're taking a lot of that and they're using it for things that don't even make sense, like the black community. Why should the black community need reparation? Why should the LGBTQIA need to be represented when they have people in the LGBTQIA community that represent themselves very well? They live day to day without having to have people ask, "Oh, are you gay? Or are you bi? Are you trans? Are you a man or a woman?" They're addicted to this kind of bullshit, narcissism, tactics. They're addicted to it. It's a drug to them. That's all it is. It's a drug to them. It's like an adrenaline rush. It's a high for them.
It's bullshit, people. Is that what we want? Is that really what we want? Because that's what our politicians are doing, exactly what we're demanding on social media.
But who's demanding it and who's perpetuating it? There we go. There's a good question we should ask. Who's perpetuating it? Sure, the politicians. Sure, the media, but also the people like this guy and people like Brian Shapiro pushing the limits. They're perpetuating the bullshit continuously, consecutively, because they're addicted to it. They're addicted to it because they want it. They need it. It's their ego boost. It boosts their ego. It makes them feel manly or superior when that is not at all what it does.
Yelling and screaming and bullshit culture wars.
And, I again can kind of say the same thing about this guy, too. Exactly. Gavin Newsom, prime example. There you go. Token, you are right. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. It's the culture war that they want. They want the culture war, not us. Gavin Newsom does the same exact thing. He goes and does what he does because these people that are like, we love it, we eat it up, we enjoy it, we want more. And when they go out there and tell these politicians they want more and they're eating it up, the politicians are like, yeah, we'll give you more and more and more. Because they're addicted to it. It's not us conservatives that are addicted to it, it's them that are addicted to it. And they just don't want to accept it for what it really is.
Well, we can't afford anything. And every day that we watch those people and we subscribe to them.
Again, it's kind of the irony that he's talking about other people, but he's not even 1 minute thinking about what he's saying. That could be the prime example of himself. He's doing exactly the same thing that he's going after other people for. Again, this is deflection. This is double standards. These people love double standards. They can't accept anything but double standards and deflection.
And we pay to them and we donate to them. You're contributing to it. You're saying that it's okay.
No, we're not saying it's okay. We're trying not to say it's okay. But people like this guy and people like Brian Shapiro pushing the limits are exactly the ones pushing it. The politicians, the media, the fake news media are pushing it as well. If you want to be honest, it's all of them. It's not just one single person. It's if something is going on, well, let me put it more in a better phrase. It takes two to tango, right? So two people have to dance in order for that dance to be done. And that's what they're not realizing. They're not consuming that information in their brain. They're just like, fuck all. Fuck it. Whatever.
Don't you understand that? I'm trying to be the adult in the room here. Martin Luther King.
Okay, so he claims he wants to try to be the adult in the room. But what did we see in the last video? Nothing that shows adulting or adult thought process going on. These people don't know how to be adults. They just know how to be self-centered and self-righteous. because it's all they know.
Says that leaders are not searchers of consensus, they're molders of consensus.
Don't know if Martin Luther King actually really said that. I'll look that one up. But I have a feeling that this guy just makes up shit and says shit that really is either out of context or not truthfully what was said by somebody, just to make it sound like that was said but not. To sound more intelligent, intellectually smarter than what he may, to what we lead or know him to be. Kind of sad.
Politicians tell you what they want to hear because they want you to feel like you can trust them and they're going to be different, to give them $10, $20, $5.
Yeah, we should blame the politicians when they do bad things, but also not just hold the politicians accountable, but hold the media accountable and hold people like content creators like this guy accountable for what they do and what they say. For, again, also pushing the shit that the politicians, the media are being allowed to say or push. It's not hard. We know that, but it's hard for them. It's hard for them.
I'm telling you what you need to hear.
No, what this guy is telling you is what you don't need to hear. Lies, bullshit, fake narratives. Blame everyone but people like himself for their self-centered, self-righteous acts and their delusions. These people like this guy or Brian Shapiro pushing the limits, don't tell you what you need to hear. What you think they're telling you is not what you need to hear, but what you should hear them say that obviously should make you think, okay, what they're saying is nothing but just baloney, just bullshit propaganda, bullshit lies, because obviously they don't do research like we do here. I tell you guys what you guys need to know. Yeah, I've stayed away from politics for a while-ish, but I'm still doing politics, even reacting to people like this guy. But no, I have not talked about the news recently. I will get more into that. I'm sorry for some of you that are wanting to hear that more than me argue with somebody that has the brain of a goldfish, or argue with people or react to people that have the brain of a goldfish cracker. I will do more. But we got to call these kind of people out, though. And that's part of my channel here, is calling people out like this. Because people like this guy are exactly the reason why we're in a situation that we are in right now. Because we shouldn't be in that situation. We should not be allowed to be in that situation. We are allowing it. We're exemplifying it.
Stop watching the bullshit. You can watch whatever you want.
I could say the same thing with the left. Stop watching the bullshit and believing half of the bullshit you hear. But will they do it? No. Why? Because they don't want to. They would just rather be okay with every fucking thing that is wrong with America.
But when your entire feed is bullshit. Yellow arrows. Did he say this? Is this the end? Rage bait. Oh, he went nuclear behind the scenes. Did Trump say this? Ooh, Bill Maher just owned the libs.
Sounds exactly like what this guy's doing. No different. It's exactly what this guy's doing. And I know this guy probably watches me. I know there's probably a lot of YouTubers that watch me very carefully. Some are intimidated by me because of who I am and what I do. That's okay. But it's not me that they're intimidated by. It's the truth that I speak that they're intimidated by. Because I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to put myself out there and say the truth. They're intimidated. The left are intimidated by truth more than just us as human beings. They're intimidated that what they believe in is going away slowly but surely. Little by little by little by little. That's it. They're afraid. They're like scared little rodents, cockroaches that run because they scurry away because they don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to accept the truth. And that's fine. We can understand that. Because sometimes the truth can be a little bit ugly, but it needs to be said. Sometimes the truth can make us a little uncomfortable, but it's got to be said. It cannot be hidden. It cannot be not said or sit in silence and swept under the rug, nobody saying it. It needs to be said. And that's why people like me don't care if the left hate me that much. I don't care if these little snowflakes, lefties, have their feelings hurt and they want to go cry to their daddy, and their daddies come up and tell me or ask me why did I hurt their kids' feelings. You know, their children's or their kids' feelings that are adults. I hurt your kids' feelings. I hurt your son or daughter's feelings by telling truth. And your son or daughter didn't like it. Too bad. Get over it, princess. Nobody cares. Facts over feelings. Facts are factual. Feelings are just feelings. And this is what they feed into. Feelings. Because they don't like feelings. Or facts, excuse me. They like feelings, but they don't like facts. Yes, I did catch myself.
It's horseshit. Because the moment you click on that video, you know what it is? It's a guy talking about his cat. Or it's just an effort to get you to click on it so you tell the algorithm that, yeah, I'm interested, and it references it to somebody else. I don't fully understand how the algorithm even works.
Well, if you're a content creator and you don't know how the algorithm works, then why are you on that platform anyway in the first place? That just doesn't, that does not compute with my brain to understand how obviously uneducated these people can be. These people can be super uneducated, but they can be smart. They are smart enough to know how to deceive and lie and do things the wrong way, but why can't they do it in reverse in the way that it should be done? Well, obviously, you know that the algorithm is going to work a certain way. Like, I know that that happens because it's clickbait. It's what's called clickbait. I don't use clickbait. I have done it once, but that was it. But that was it. That was just for a PR stunt, kicks and giggles. That was it. It's clickbait. Obviously, the left don't know what clickbait means because this again is how uneducated they are. I do kind of see why when Biden did allegedly say he loves the poorly uneducated, why he kind of meant that in a certain particular way. Because he does like the poorly uneducated. Because it proves the left are very uneducated. The socialists, the communists are very uneducated. They know that because they allow shit to happen.
I started doing this when I got banned off of TikTok a year and a half ago.
But you're liberal, you're a leftist. Well, not really, maybe liberal, but you're a leftist. Why would they ban you off TikTok? I thought they would love you. Oh, maybe it's because you're using extreme leftist talking points, maybe? And that's why? Gee, I don't know. That could have a maybe part of the reason why.
That's it. I'm just a guy that cares. That's it.
I wouldn't say you care. I just don't think you do care. Maybe you do care, but not in the way that is productive. The way this guy cares is kind of counterintuitive. It's really counterproductive. Maybe I'm wrong in my assumptions here with this, but that's how I see it.
But this is bullshit. Platforming white supremacists and MAGA for clicks and views.
Yeah, we're not, number one, we're not white supremacists because, first of all, we do not associate ourselves with that. Second of all, we, number one, have always been about America. So if being about American value is white supremacist, then obviously you really need to get your brain checked by a doctor, a professional doctor, not a quack doctor, but an actual doctor, a logical doctor. Because that is not white supremacists caring about America and having the opinions that are different than yours. This is again exactly why these people are stupid. These leftist people are not tolerant because they don't understand that just because somebody disagrees with their opinions does not make that person a white supremacist. You know what makes a white supremacist? Somebody that believes in Nazism, radical fascist ideas. And again, it always comes back around to when they call us fascists. What are they implementing? Fascist ideas, fascist takeovers. Same thing that Mussolini, that Hitler, that Stalin used. Fascism. The representation of fascism. And I'm going to use an actual quote because I know this guy loves to misquote, but the great Ronald Reagan, President Reagan once said, socialism will come in the form of liberalism. And right here is what we see. Liberalism. Fascism, communism, socialism. Hand to hand, they're the same fucking thing. There's no difference. And these are the people that are okay with it. And they claim that they're not okay with it. They claim that they are against it, but they support it. They implement it. They're indoctrinating people for it and with it. They're grooming young children underage to be okay to go to drag queen shows when that's not appropriate in itself, and especially alone with those people. That's just idiocracy. This is how stupid these people are. They don't care. They would rather have socialism than a country live in the best way that it possibly could, thriving, thriving for the generation of this generation and the next generation and the generation after that. They don't care. Because as much as it gets redundant for me to hear them say it and claim that they care, they don't. Because it's what they are doing. Fascist movements. By using tactics from a fascist society that once lived but no longer exists or should ever exist. By using the same tactics that Mussolini, Stalin, and Hitler, and all of the other fascists way back when used. And they think that because Maga is allegedly fascist, and they love to call us that, they forget it's not really us that are doing it. It's them that are pointing at them, at the left, and saying, no, it's you folks out there that are on the left doing this. And you want to call us that. That's hypocrisy and double standards. And they will use it every freaking time.
How are you any different than MAGA?
We're way different than you people on the left. Here's how. You ready? It's going to be a shocker, but we're not fascists. We don't use fascist talking points to try to control people and manipulate people and brainwash people or groom people, the more appropriate word would be, to believe in something that we were told by the media or politicians that are dirty or that are not really good people. So, on top of that, we care more about American people than the left do, than the fascist left do. We have more care and tolerance. Yes, we laugh at them. Yes, we mock them. Yes, we tease them. Because this is what we do. When they push our buttons, what do you expect us to do? Sit there and tolerate it? Because we've tolerated it ever since the Clinton administration. Since the Biden administration, we've tolerated them pushing us or pushing our buttons for so long. We just got fed up with it. And we just started kind of pushing back and saying, yeah, no, we're not going to let you do it no more. Get fucked or get wrecked. You can get wrecked. Because we're not going to allow it. We pushed back hard because we got tired of the idiocracy, the hypocrisy, the double standards, and all this bullshit that they're pushing on us. And they all of a sudden are like, oh, poor us. We didn't do anything. It's MAGA. MAGA's doing all of that. No, it's them starting it and us ending it with us showing our dismay towards them for what they do towards us. Do unto others as you do to yourself. the Christian Bible says. In the pagan world, it's do what thou wilt be done, but hurt no one. They don't understand that. That is not a concept in their brain that a little pea-sized brain, corn-sized brain of theirs that came out of a freaking container of corn or peas that they could ever understand about it. Because they don't care. They just want to play, oh, poor me, victim. It's the victim mentality that this guy claims that Maga uses. It's actually what they do. Again, it's perception. We see what they are proceeding to continue to do and act and portray themselves as. That kind of makes us look at them like, yeah, y'all are a bunch of freaking fruity nut jobs. Wow. What the hell is wrong with you people? No. Never mind. What is not wrong with you people would be a better question. Let's get through this.
You're just a hoarding capitalist.
Then if you hate capitalism, then get the fuck out of America. Simple. If you anti-American leftist fascists hate America so damn much, get the fuck out of America and stay the fuck out of our country. Period. But you don't. Again, you know why they don't? Because they secretly love capitalism. They don't want to tell you it, but they pretend it, that they hate capitalism. They hate capitalism. If capitalism is so bad and it's the big bad wolf, the boogeyman under the bed, why aren't they running? It's like when somebody yells fire, do you not expect people in that building, when you yell fire in front of a billion people in a building, not to run out of that building? Yes, I expect them to. And I would too. I wouldn't be running and trampling people, but I would expect to try to get the hell out of there as fast as I can. Right, Token. You're right. That's a 100% truth, dude. That's 100% truth. If they hate capitalism so much, why don't they go? Because there's no fire. There's no fire. There's no place or no other country that wants these people. Every other country probably looks at these idiots like, no. If you try to come over to our country, we're deporting your ass. And your ass is going back to where the fuck you came from. Don't try that shit here. Because other countries know what these people are doing. And they know how bad these people are. But it's the same thing. It's just how far can they go to make themselves look anti-capitalistic, but not be actual 100% anti-capitalistic.
And I'm just going to challenge
you. Oh, don't threaten me with a good time, bucko. Don't threaten me with a good time, because I can accept that. But what are you going to challenge me to?
If you want a better country, then stop subscribing to this bullshit, this rage, this clickbait.
Then stop creating it. Stop being that person that does that same stupid shit. You're the one doing it. It's kind of ironic, again, that you're using double standards and double hypocrisy talking point, buzzword talking points, when just like somebody's screaming in the building fire and people run out and there's no fire. Don't yell fire when there's no fire. Don't create bullshit lies and expect people to not, that are gullible or stupid or don't have a brain to think on their own, to not want to watch this shit. It's, again, an addiction. It's an addiction. That's all it really leads down to.
You don't need to. Listen to people that actually offer solutions.
Yeah, people like me. Very good, wise words there, Paul. Very wise words. Listen to people like me, conservative video dipper, who actually has the balls to call shit out and know what he's talking about, obviously, and not sound like a freaking broken record or a moron, and that doesn't do clickbait bullshit things or listen to the media and believe everything that freaking media tells them. Yeah, listen to people like me. Thank you, Paul, for acknowledging that I exist and telling people to stop watching you and go to me. I appreciate that, Paul. 100%. Great job. Thank you. Bravo, sir. You have just proven right there, and basically not really telling people to stop watching other people doing it, but you have literally told people to stop not only watching other people do it and people like you doing it, but have people go watch people like me who have a brain and common sense. Thank you. Muchas gracias, amigo.
And you don't have to agree with me.
No, because we never will. That's just the sad part about it. We never will. I don't know if we ever will.
But at least I care.
No, that's actually wrong, and that's a lie. These people on the left love to wake up and lie every single fucking day about everything and anything that they possibly can, and hope to God they can get away with it because people are stupid and gullible. Isn't that crazy how that works? Isn't that crazy how they don't see the most amount of deception that they throw out there, and they're not really realizing it's actually them that they're talking about, and it's coming back at them, but tenfolds.
I'm offering solutions. Do a general strike.
Okay, so your general solution is general strike. Fine, peacefully protesting. Sure, that may gain a lot of attention, but for what purpose? Not general striking for the purpose you want it to, or want, but for a better reason and cause. Kind of crazy how that just all of the sudden can be so important. Like, Jesus.
You don't want to do it? And give me another option, but
How about this? Here's another option. Stop making content that tells people things that are not true, lies and deception, hate, and just childish words and ignorance, and actually start doing things like I do and start telling the truth. Maybe that would be so freaking simple. For God's sakes, at least use your brain.
at least I'm providing a solution.
No, you're not providing a solution. And no, the left have never provided a solution. That right there is bullshit. That is bullshit. The left have never provided a solution. They've only provided more problems. Here's how I see it. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem. But they don't know how to be part of the solution. They just want to be and know how to only be part of the problem, which is, again, counterintuitive. But they don't know how to do anything else.
We're here because of white supremacy.
Nope. Nope. See, right there. That right there. That bullshit right there. That bullshit talking point right there. That is what gets people to start hating people and disliking people like you and not believing in people like you and starting to make people want to more and more not accept what people like what you are saying at all. Again, part of the problem, not part of the solution. There's no white supremacy coming from Maga. Guess where it's coming from? And I will bet you they are dumb enough not to even know where it's coming from. Actual Nazis, white supremacists that are part of like their alleged groups. That people that are allegedly like them. That are allegedly being paid by the Democrat Party to be alleged paid actors. All an alleged paid PR stunt. That's it.
Yeah, we are.
No, we're not. That's just stupid and idiotic and obviously shows how unintelligent you are. Oh my God, that just makes me want to gag. Blah!
Whether you like it or not, that's why we're here. It had nothing.
No, why we're here is because stupid people are allowed to vote, and people that are allegedly already deceased somehow were allowed to vote, and illegals were allowed to vote. Yeah, that's why we're here, because we're dealing with problems that we need solutions for. And y'all on the left are just being total complete dipsticks and not wanting to help find a solution to the problem. Again, it's simple. Think about this. People can fight fire, not with fire, but with water. People can solve solutions by using their brain and common fucking goddamn sense. But they choose not to on the left. Because again, this is how the commies work. The commie people don't know how to use their goddamn brain. And it really sucks because one day, at one point in time and another, it's going to come back and bite them in the butt when they maybe, if it does bite them in the butt hard enough, they might start realizing at that point, oh, gee willikers, gee whiz, oops, oopsie doodles, we made a boo-boo. I don't know if they'll ever learn it from, if that ever happens to them, by realizing that the politicians that they looked up to that were dirty, that believed the same thing they did, just throw them out like trash. Whoopsie doodles, I guess apparently you weren't really valuable to them. Oopsies. Because do you really think that these higher ups that are doing whatever they're doing and you talking and being their mouthpiece really see you as valuable or an asset to them? No, they don't. You're just a pawn into this chess game that they're playing with you and using you for. That's it. But whoopsie doodles, I guess apparently they're smarter than we are, so we have no right to allegedly call them out for it. Kind of ironic, isn't it?
Nothing to do with affordability. But that argument It gets clicks and views because people relate to it because they're in financial hardships.
A big boy talking point there, but absolutely nothing was said that really means anything to you. And obviously, you probably really don't. Most of these leftists, when they use these leftist dumb talking points, they don't really know what they're talking about. They're just kind of like scammers reading a script. Obviously, they're trying to stay on script. It's funny.
That's not why we're here. We're here because 77 million people wouldn't vote for the black woman.
Oh, you mean the woman that's only 1% black and that was not qualified, that laughed like a hyena and looked like she could possibly be more qualified to be a laughingstock than a politician, president, leader? Yeah, I definitely could say that, yeah, she was not qualified because, no, she was not at all. But, oops, you know, just remember, they want you to vote for people based on their race, not their qualifications. Because you just heard this guy. He just wants you to vote based off of Kamala being only 1% black, which they don't ever tell you. Then vote for her based on her whether she has qualifications or policies in politics that are really important to us or that will help us move forward. That's how stupid these people are.
They voted for a rapist, a felon, a man who defends child molesters.
Which none of that happened. Again, yeah, no proof of that. So, okay, keep talking. I mean, look at who you people voted for. Joe Biden, a pedophile that allegedly groped and sniffed children's hair, allegedly took showers with his daughter. Oh, but wait, there's more. Allegedly had dinner and went to a funeral of a white supremacist who was a actual white supremacist, by the way, a Ku Klux Klan member, a KKK member, which Trump didn't ever do, by the way. But you still want to hate on Trump, but yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, the KKKs are white supremacists. The neo-Nazis are white supremacists. But they're allegedly not. Oh wait, no. Those people to you leftists are allegedly Maga supporters. No, they're not. They're not us. See, this is how dumb they are.
Who caused an insurrection.
Which didn't happen because, again, we know that was an inside job cooked up allegedly by the Democrats and the alleged government officials over there and the government alleged workers over there. Yeah, okay. Can you cook up another lie there, buddy?
Who calls women fat piggy.
You know, this is always one thing that I kind of wonder. What is it that pisses them off the most about when Trump is being deliberately lied about constantly, consecutively, and women that are just willing to allegedly go out of their way to blackmail him and degrade him, deface him facetiously, maliciously, with facetious, malicious intent. How much do you really think Trump can handle? I mean, why do you think that Trump should be okay with it? Why the fuck do you think Trump would be okay with any of this? No, it's bullshit. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Get all the way the fuck out of here. Get fucked with it. Because no. First and foremost, Trump calling that woman telling that woman quiet piggy was, to me, absolutely funny. because she degraded him. Sure, maybe it wasn't too funny, but to me it was a little hysterical because he was being degraded by that journalist, or I wouldn't even call her a journalist, the fake news pretend journalist, tier 5 shit on my boots, wannabe journalist. She was saying some very, very not so nice things about Trump, or saying things in general that were not good. And Trump had enough. And just like anyone else, his breaking point reached. And he turned around, or turned over to her, looked over at her, and said, "Quiet, piggy." People have breaking points. We all have them. But to continue to belittle and berate people is absolutely stupid. Because Trump's human. And people have called Trump fat too. I think there are some alleged, not just alleged reporters that may have done it. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look. But there's a lot of people that have attacked Trump. And Trump can only deal with so much. Yeah, he made fun of Rosie O'Donnell. You know why? Because she went after him. He retaliated back because he was just not going to deal with her stupidity, which I don't blame him. Because obviously that wench should have known to keep her mouth shut a little bit better than open her little fly trap of a mouth and say stupid shit that obviously she knew was probably going to get Trump to clap back at her. Sorry, not sorry. Don't open your mouth and say something stupid and expect people to just be like, ha 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 ha, okay. Okay. No. Expect people to come back at you tenfold for what you do. The same way, if somebody gives, if they're joking with me, fine, I'll take it. But if they're doing it in a facetious, malicious way, I'm going to clap back at them and say something back at them. And I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to make them cry. I'm going to make them cry by saying really true shit that would hurt their fifis because they decided to open their fly trap first instead of keeping it shut, walking away, and keeping it in your mind. That's not my fault that you opened your mouth, your little cuckold mouth, first before me and decided to be stupid and be petty. If you want to be petty, play petty. But don't expect Trump not to be just as petty back as you. And that's what happens. We see it all the time.
Cheats on his wife because they couldn't vote.
He didn't cheat on his wife, by the way. Didn't ever see anything about that. But, okay. So you want to talk about cheating. You know what's really funny is how the leftists are what's considered the alleged most polygamous people of all. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them are in beliefs of polygamy, open marriage relationships, cuckolds. Talk about being very unfaithful, huh? Yeah. No. That dog don't hunt, buddy.
For the black woman.
You mean the 1% black woman who was unqualified and an absolute dumbass? Yeah. Let's just make the dumbest woman who is a complete dumbass, who doesn't know politics from her ass from her elbows or anything about politics, like she doesn't know her ass from her elbow, into the White House and make her president and see how qualified she is. Yeah, let's say we did, but let's say not, but let's say we did. Okay? Okay. Because that woman absolutely doesn't have a fucking goddamn clue about politics. Neither do any of these lefty people. These leftists don't know shit about politics. But they open their mouth like they are absolutely knowledgeable about politics, and then it gets them in deep shit because then they get trapped. When questions arise like, why do you support this woman? Well, I support this woman, blah, 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 blah. Well, no, now hold on. You didn't answer the question. What you did was go off and ramble because obviously you don't understand that question, or you're just obviously very inherently stupid or petty. And you want to try to play petty because you just follow along with the media. Okay, good job. You don't get brownie points for being a dumbass. You really don't. And the left think that they get brownie points for being a dumbass. Nope.
Because he told them that the dirty brown people were stealing their America.
Nope, he did not use the word dirty brown people. Not at all. That is not what Trump said at all. Not to my knowledge. And I've listened to Trump for ever since he was in politics. And that is not what the fuck Trump said at all. At all. So try that again. There's another lie. And this again comes from the stemming from how racist can the left be. Yes, we want a lot of racism on the left. Well, congratulations, because your party is the party of racism, of white supremacy on the left, not MAGA. MAGA isn't white supremacist. It's the left. The left love to be white supremacists because that's what they're about. That's the Dixiecrats, the Southern Democrats are based off of and have done for many, many years. But they just no longer go by Dixiecrats, they go by Democrats. Still trying to go under the same thing somewhat, but without the Dixie part. Because they know that a lot of us Southerners that are proud Dixie's children, the children of Dixie, the South, don't tolerate that bullshit very well. I don't. So they try to hide and excuse it. And it's really inexcusable. It's unbelievable how they can get away with it. But it's because people don't call them out on it.
That's why we're here. Don't even follow me. That's fine.
No, I think that nobody really should follow this guy. Honestly, nobody should. Anybody in their right mind that tries to follow this guy, yeah, you need psychotic help.
Follow creators that offer actual solutions.
Like me.
Not just clickbait and rage bait.
Exactly. People like me, not like you, Paul, right? Right. Because, yeah, you're giving great advice to pushing people to more and more want to follow me, which is great. I love that about you, is that you're helping me prove how you're doing exactly what needs to be done. You're showing who the enemy is. Exactly like what you said, Token. You're showing us who the enemy is. I'm not the enemy. I'm the one that's actually defeating the enemy. I am metaphorically here not to weep over Caesar. I'm here to bury Caesar. And bury Caesar I will. And I have multiple times on my channel. And my channel before this, I have buried liberal leftist ideologies. I have buried their ideologies multiple times, and I will continue to bury it, to bury their ideologies, because I, to them, am the Undertaker that will put their ideologies down and put dirt over it and say, rest in peace. Your ideologies are over. We are a capitalist society and we will stay that way, metaphorically. Not on the capitalist part, but the Undertaker part. I'm the one that people should follow, definitely. And he's given me a lot of credit. And I like it. I love it. I'm eating it.
Have a good day.
Have the day you deserve, buddy. Yeah, I am. Token, you have been here for a while and you've seen that I've buried these people, these ideologies, haven't you? You see that I do very good with it because you know I do. Because you know I do it. I don't tolerate this shit. I don't tolerate these idiocracy lies. And I won't ever. I won't ever accept any differences. But, you know, it's really sad that these people feel the way they do. But they don't accept truth. They can't accept truth. Oh, I know. And I do the same thing because I just don't tolerate their shit. That's why I just don't ever tolerate their shit. And should we tolerate their shit? No. Because it's not allowed. Because I have to be the one to bury their stupid ideology and bury the fake news media with truth and cover their bullshit with truth, I will do it. I will make them look stupid because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make them look stupid. I'm going to make them realize that people like us conservatives out there are really tired of this bullshit. We're tired of the idiocracy and the hypocrisy and the double standards. It's just no more should it be tolerated. That's how it is. And it's what exactly I do, Token. I use their own words against them. I use their own words against them every time. I do. And I'm not afraid to do it. I do it. If you keep watching me, Token, you will realize more and more I do exactly that. I'm a tier 2 freelance journalist. I've been on 24 to 25 platforms. I have done this a long time. And I'm very good at what I do. I'm very proud of what I do. But these people are proud to do what they do, but don't realize there are people like me or you that are conservative or whatever you may be. And I appreciate that, Token. I really do. And I support people that really don't want to live in a state that is socialist. I want people to understand that people like you that really don't want it, like you or I that don't want it, our voices are going to be louder. We actually are the majority. We are the ones that tell people the truth, because we know truth will always set us free. And that's just the saddest, hardest part about it. Because people don't want to accept what is true. They don't want to tell the honest truth because they're afraid of it. They are afraid of that. Exactly. We got to be the ones that tell people this is what's coming. If you all don't pay attention, if you all don't heed our warning, what is going to happen? One to two things. You're either going to be complicit with it, or you're just obviously don't give a shit. And majority of these commies are more than willing to be complicit in this. This is how complicit they are with us, or with this. Sorry. The time is coming where these people are going to have to start really realizing they are outnumbered by a long shot. There is no way, shape, or form that we are going to allow this. And as much as they think that we will, no. There are people that are willing to stand on the ground that they stand on, like me and you, and fight for what is right and speak about what is right, and willing to help people understand that what is right, what is wrong is wrong. It's about morals. The moral compass. They won't ever understand that. They are too goddamn afraid. Exactly. They are too goddamn afraid to stand up against their own machine, their own army, not their army, but their own people, and question their past, or not their past, but the people that they were once believed in the same thing with, questioning them, saying, don't you guys realize that you are wrong? They are not willing to do that. They are cowards. They will cower down every fucking time. And that's sad. But that's how it works. Because it's their comfortability. They would rather be comfortable living in silence. I'm going to use Paul Lance's words against them, not their privilege, but the silence of their voices. They would rather be comfortable with the silence of their voices not being heard and going out against it than speaking up against it, because they are complicit with it. They are so much complicit with it that they don't give a shit. They don't care if it affects anyone but themselves. This is what these monsters are doing. That's why there's that motto, that Macbeth quote, that speaks a lot of volumes. And one day they may say it. Damn these bloody hands. Because it's going to come down to they have to accept what they have done. It was all on their hands, not us. Not us people that are constitutional republic or conservative or believed in what was right. It was on them. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Until next time, again, as always, don't also just forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe on this video, but go check out my Twitter, Conservative Video Dipper, my Rumble, Conservative Video Dipper, my TikTok, Conservative Video Dipper. I appreciate you, Token. I will get back to you on your tweet, probably, if not tonight, maybe some point tomorrow, but I'll try to get to your tweet soon. I promise, okay? I'll do that. But thank you all for joining me, Token. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to conservativenewswave.com. Go check out conservativenewswave.com. We are a freelance tier 2 journalist group, media group, that basically is just here to help people gain knowledge and understand the truth that people need to hear. We need people to start waking up. Because, again, I'm going to use this song by Pink Floyd. That song, Welcome to the Machine. That's what these lefty libtards live in, the machine. They are part of the machine. And they're feeding that machine. And we got to stop them. And we can't let them live in that machine. So to help do that, please definitely go check out conservativenewswave.com. We are going to start doing radio shows really soon. I don't know when, but we're going to start doing radio shows really soon where you can hear me, yours truly, Conservative Video Dipper, talking about all of this stuff and much, much more on politics, but in a nicer PG fashion. Not where here you kind of get the unedited and the raw dog unedited version where things just can fly, but more of a PG version. So we will be doing that here really shortly at some point. I don't know when, but hopefully y'all check us out on there. And remember, don't be like the radical left Looney Tunes. Be smart, use your brain, think, and know that we are a constitutional republic. For we, the people, should not fear the government. The government should fear us, we, the people, because we can vote them in and out. And that is the truth. See you guys later. Much love. Peace, y'all.